Good Thursday night, world. And welcome to another episode of Lab Talk with the Dog God, aka the Coach, aka the Elon Musk of high performance working dogs. That is me. That is I. And I am him. 1, 2, 3. Said hike. That's right. We back. We are back with another one and another one and another one. Big salute to my brother Ready with that pole position. Big salute to my brother Ready. Big salute to my brother Cooper. Cooper with that second place. And big salute to my brother B. Bikaria. B. Bakaria. If I pronounce your name wrong, my brother, please don't take it as disrespect. Eventually, the coach will get it right. But hey, big salute to you, B. Bakaria. And my brother Bill from Blue Line Terriers, my brother, big salute to you as well. And all of you who will be trickling into the chat or will be watching later on the replay, welcome back to the classroom for all the high performance working dog / competition dogs, engineers. That's right. Salute to us, man. We are the ones who are here, who are striving, who are the visionaries, who, where they say it's impossible, we strive, we work hard, we sacrifice, we do everything it takes to make it possible when it comes to these high performance competition working dogs. That's right. So salute to all my engineers. And before I get into my week, like I always do, man, get your herbal sensations rolled up, man. Make sure you got your backwoods, your paper planes, your Swisher Sweets, your bongs, edibles, however you partake when it comes to that herbal sensation. Make sure that shit is ready to go. And if you like the taste of hops, you like your Coors Light, Bud Light, Miller Light, anything light, you like your Heineken, your Modelo's, anything of that nature, if you like your IPOs, whatever them special brew type of specialty beers are, make sure that shit is ready. Make sure it's cold. If you like that, make sure you have that mug that's freezy frozen out the freezer. Take that bitch out. Pour your hops into that cup, that mug, and man, get ready to take a sip. That's right. And if you like your dark or your light skin liquor, man, make sure you got your Hennessy, man. You got your motherfucking tequila out, whatever you like to partake when it comes to that straight hard liquor. Make sure your shit is out on the table with your glass, or if you you chug it to the face, make sure that bitch is right there ready to go. And if you like to keep it simple, if you like to chase your liquor with a little chaser, whatever it might be, but you know how the coach do, I like to keep it simple because life is hard enough as it is. I got my vodka lemonade. That's right. Hey, big cheers, and big salute to you, all my brothers and all my sisters here in the classroom tonight on this Thursday night. There's no other classroom like it. And you know what? We are proud that we are pioneer dog men and pioneer dog women. That's right. High performance dog men engineers. Cheers. Ooh, that was good, man. That went down just right. Caveman. Big salute, caveman. Yeah. Hey, we're going to have a good topic tonight. Let me put that topic in the ticker, man, before I get started on my week, man. We got a great topic. Shout out to last week's classroom, man. We had a great classroom. Shout out to Caveman. You know what I mean? Shout out to Reddy. Shout out to all you guys in the chat. Shout out to Chris, all the guys who participated in the chat. Because, you know, as the high performance working dog engineers, you know what I mean? That's what we do. We the super dog man computer. I always said that to you guys. You know, all of us is a collective brain. You know what I'm saying? Even though I am the coach, I depend on my other coaches, right? I depend on y'all. I love y'all's participation. I pay attention in class like I tell you guys to do all day long. Okay, it's a team effort over here. It's not a me effort over here. Okay, if it was a me thing, then I would stick to my one-man band on my yard and how I take care of everything that I do on my day-to-day, which is very hard by myself. But like we talked about last week, if you want something done right, you got to do it yourself, right? However, when you got reliable teammates, right? You got reliable thinking men and women who have brains, who are creative, who have something to bring to the table. You got two ears, you got one mouth. I mean, shit, let's hear double time. So coach always have an ear to hear. And I love the fact that we are all smart dog men and dog women. We all bring something to the table. Because for us to advance these dogs to where we're trying to advance, it's a collective. It's not a me thing. It's a we thing. You know what I mean? That's right. So salute to last week's classroom. Salute to all the classrooms. You know what I'm saying? Right now we on 114 classes. Gosh dang, 114 classes. Damn it, man. You know what I mean? Nothing like it. But salute to last week's classroom. We had some great dialogue. It sparked, us to have, great conversation, this is what it's all about in the classroom. I mean, it's a thinking man's game in life. Y'all need to know that. Thinking man's game. When you work your brain, like how you want to work your body, you know what I'm saying, and get your body tight and take care, might want to get it chiseled up, dialed up, how much work it takes to get your body dialed up. Same thing with our brains, man. We got to do that shit to our brains too. So when we have dialogues where we have healthy debates, nobody disrespecting each other, nobody's belittling each other's ideas and thoughts. We're just talking. So it sparks ideas. And one thing about the coach, I'm all about the X's and O's. Okay. I always tell you guys to study. I always tell you guys to do your research all day. I always tell you guys to try things. That's what I always tell you to do because I live that. That's what I live. Trying it, figuring it out, trying it again, failing, trying it again, failing, trying it again until I get it right. That's what makes us elite at engineering, right? Because we always going to try to figure, okay, but that didn't work. Let's try to troubleshoot, break it back down. Shout out to Tony, the breakdown to build it up. Salute to my brother Tony for that one. We reverse engineer it, right? We're going to break that shit down. We ain't throwing it all in the trash. So when we have conversations and it sparks food for thought, you know what I'm saying? We don't, we're not here to, oh, you wrong. That's not right. You said, no, that's not what we're here to do because no one is perfect. Okay. The collective brain is how we achieve the highest level because where I might think I'm right, you might say something that make me like, okay, well, shit, let me go do my checks and balances because that's what this shit is about, y'all. This shit is about checks and balances. That's what a good team is, right? You know what I mean? And the Bible says, shout out to Jesus Christ for this one, man. Okay. Where two or more are gathered, okay, in agreement. Okay, you got to be in agreement, right? There is the Most High in the midst, right? God, right? Because God is righteous, right? God is right. So when me and you as two or more, we come together and we, have the battle of the minds, and then we come to an agreement that makes sense mathematically, righteously, then there's the Most High. That's only God is only right. He ain't wrong. Okay, whether it's a minus on the spectrum of the answer sheet or it's a positive, right? So two or more, right? So salute to our classroom. We got a lot of smart dog men in this classroom, dog women. Even though I think we only have one female come in, and what I mean, salute to her. It's been a many moons. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure she probably watches, but she participated in the chat, so salute to her. But so far it's only us men in here, man. So salute to all of us who can have dialogue and not getting our Whitney. You know what I mean? We're masculine. We're masculine enough to not get into our emotions, man. When we have, strong dialogue, right? Because we men, right? We're not here to belittle each other, right? But sometimes we're strong on our feelings on how we, do things or how we see things. So you present your argument with a masculine tone, and knowing that we brothers over here, right? We know it's not personal. It's not You know, we're not here to downplay each other's intelligence as dog men and dog women. That's not what we're here to do. We're men. We can handle that type of conversation. When coach has an aggressive tone, right? And he, hits that fucking, baritone in his voice as the coach. You might say a couple curse words. As men, we ain't saying like, oh, coach haters, oh, coach is trying to downplay me. Oh, coach is, no, that's not what we do over here. We understand, man, that's coach. We appreciate coach for keeping it 1,000 in the field, right? We appreciate coach for that real dialogue, that harsh tone when necessary, because we know what? We deal with them type dogs. At least I do. I deal with type dogs that can kill you, man. So I can't be pussyfooting around my dogs. My dogs respect the fact that I'm not a pussyfoot alpha owner, leader of them. They respect the fact that I lead by example and I do it out of love. So if I got to discipline one of my dogs in an aggressive way, they understand that, you know what? If I was dad, right? That's what they consider me. I'm their daddy. I take care of them. I would discipline my pack the same fucking way. And my pack will understand, well, hey, that's the order that needs to be done. You know what I mean? We smart, right? All of us are smart. We engineers. So we understand, okay, but damn, shit, coach's aggressive talk. He just passionate. That's what we want in our coach. That's what we want in the field general. We want him to be passionate about the victory. And then we can go into the classroom, watch the tape, and say, you know what? That was wrong. That was wrong. You was right. Good. You know what I mean? Okay, let's correct it. Let's fix it. Let's do what we do. That's why I love what we've established over here in our own lane as high performance dog men and dog women engineers. This is our lane. Ain't nobody doing what we doing. They're not speaking how we speak. So this is uncharted territory. You know what that means for us as engineers? That means we can create it. We can develop it. You know what I'm saying? There's no rules and regulations to how we operate. That's why I always tell you guys to think outside the box to create the circle. I always tell y'all that shit. I don't be saying shit just because it sounds good, even though that does sound good, don't it? That sounds good, don't it? Think outside the box to create the circle. Because if you understand what I'm saying, when you boxed in, you know what I mean? You got to hit them 90 degrees, 90 degrees, 90 degrees. But when you in that 360, right? And then balancing that 360, that circle, it's just flow. It's a continuum. It's a continuum, right? So that must mean, you know what? Whatever a coach in his day in life of a dog man engineer, does and achieves, and you coming in, you might come across the coach and you're like, damn, man, I'm inspired by what this man talk about. I kind of feel the same way. You might be a young dog man, a beginning dog man, dog woman. I'm inspired by how we talk. I think the same way. Damn it, man. Then you watch my example, you hear my fucking lessons and my teachings, and then you embody that shit. Then guess what? Then you come out and you do better than me. Because I told you it's about thinking outside the box to create the circle. The circle is a continuum of raising this bar. I don't want the bar to end with the coach. I don't want the bar to end with caveman. I don't want the bar to end with Reddy. I don't want the bar to end with any of you guys. I want us to always teach the next ones coming in that you should be striving to be better than me. And when you become better than me, I'm going to salute you. I'm not a gatekeeper. You're not a gatekeeper when it comes to this shit. Because you know what? Ain't nothing new under the sun. Until we can create a dinosaur, we ain't shit. That's how I see it. Until I can create what I seen in fossils from the past, which is unbelievable. Dinosaurs or anything that you see that your mind could have never thought about. And one thing I've always said, right, about me is that I'm grateful that I'm able to assist God. I'm not God. I call myself the dog God because I'm a God to my dogs. But when it comes to creating these dogs, I wasn't the inventor of the DNA. The Most High God is. So I've always said I was an assistant to the Most High God. That's all I am. Because the spirit, the essence of what a dog is, I never created. But the variances, the variations of the dog, I have a part in that. Thank the Lord. So I'm just God's assistant. Okay, so that always keeps a man like myself, who was very progressive, who always want to see the next, and can get caught up in his creations, can get caught up in his graduation. It keeps me grounded and rooted. Because soon as that root get cut, then I don't know if you guys ever been repotted before. I don't know if you ever had your roots taken out of your soil that you were so rooted in. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God, it humbles you when you out of the soil and you understand where you come from and how you ain't shit at the end of the day. You know what I mean? It's like you being in the strongest soil and a storm hits you, Mother Nature hits you and knocks you out your fucking soil. Oh, it humbles you real quick, guy. But anyway, I digress. Big salute to all my brothers and sisters who's here in the class. Boom. That's right, man. We're going to cook. We're going to cook, man. But let me go over my week this week with the dogs. You already know. Big salute to, man, my momentum on Facebook. I told y'all this shit last week. And, one thing about algorithms, it is what it is. It changes, whatever. But Facebook, Facebook be like Meta, whatever you want to call Facebook, Meta owns Instagram too, but Meta be trying to bait me like to keep posting and shit. You know what I mean? Like the month of November, I got like a million. What was like a million views between. No, I think that was just, I don't know if it was Facebook, IG, I don't know, but they they send me a little shit like, it's Facebook. A million people tapped into my profile. Now, I've gotten that before on IG multiple times, but not on Facebook. And one thing about Facebook, they give you like awards and all that shit. They keep giving me awards, and then also they've been inviting me to get to pay for play. Like you invited to be a part of this partnership with Meta to get paid for your content. You know what I mean? They've been asking me this shit for the past 3 months. But shout out to Facebook for finally realizing what I've been about for a while now. You know what I mean? Like, of course, controversy sells, right? You already know how it works, man. The world is so fucked up and backwards, right? Anything negative and controversy and want to bring all the fucking boo-hoos out and the naysayers and the haters out, man. That's the shit they want to promote because that brings the most people out. Then they can, promote. When people come out, they can promote, right? They can say the commercials that they put in your face and different advertisements. They scroll down on your shit. And one thing about me as the dog guy, aka the coach, in my dog program is that because my dogs look so good, it makes you stop. Because my presentation looks so good, it makes a hater, naysayer stop. Then when they stop, then they look at the likes and then they look at the fucking comments. Like I told y'all, they automatically go into the comment section and they find a crew in there. They find their homeboys and homegirls. They find their spirit, right? You know what I'm saying? They find their demonic, fucking low-level, hating ass, envious spirits all in there attacking the coach. And the reason why they attack the coach, because that dog that made them stop, they don't got. You know how it goes, jealousy, envy. That's how it works. And my presentation is like my dog coming to their dog and pissing on their piss spot. The dog, when you walk your dogs and they are true alpha. They smell another dog and they piss on it. When they stop my fucking post, that's like my dog pissing on any dog that they ever had in their life, pissing on their actual dogs that they got. And then they see, they go in the comments and say, oh man, there's a whole bunch of people want to hate on this nigga. Oh, I can't stand this motherfucker. But at the same time, because that's how the algorithm loves the engagement. It just rewards me. It just keeps pushing me. Man, so this week I got an extra 200 followers. My shit going crazy over there on Facebook, And then on Instagram, I just posted a little thing on my stories. Y'all follow me, y'all fuck with me. I posted a thing on my stories showing y'all how my menu is still going ham. 600-something thousand views. 2,300 likes and shit, shares in the hundreds, all the shit. And what that tells me is that all the years that I've been doing me, not nobody else, me, staying in my own lane, not hating on nobody, not downplaying nobody, you know what I'm saying? Not thinking I'm holier than thou, greater than thou. Always relating to people who want to relate to me. Just being a coach, being a player coach. I play for the team I own and I coach it. So I'm an example. And I stand up for mine because I know what I'm confident in who I am as a dog, man, because I got the dogs. I put the work in. I put the time in. I sacrificed everything, man. I'm still not where I want to be. However, to see finally that people respecting me. I want to give him a shout out. I wish I knew his IG, man, but I got to give a shout out to this guy, man, and I'm gonna find out who he is. I'm gonna give him a shout out on the next show, man. But this guy, he's a game dog, dude. This nigga right here, man, excuse my language, I'm just keep it real. This nigga right here been hating on me for the past probably 2 years. He's one of my haters that follow me just to hate me. He always hate, always do that. So him and I have always gone back and forth. But I always, like I said, how I play cats is different. You know what I'm saying? I don't put my Whitney on it. I do the mirror shit. I know how I kill niggas is I kill them with the mirror. You know what the mirror is, man? Remember that Wicked Witch of the West? I don't know if it's the East, where she saw the mirror, she melted. When you see yourself. So I always show people themselves and shit. So him and I have been bantering back and forth for about 2 years. Anytime my shit pop up, because my shit pop up in his feed, and the motherfucker follow me. He follows me. So it's like, you follow me, but anytime my shit pop up in your feed, you see that I got the crowds. That's why I always tell y'all about going, being in the game, EA Sports in the game. See, motherfuckers only get into your comment section when they see all them 45, 50, 100 people plus in your comment section, because it's the peanut gallery. So he knows that I be flexing on my fucking shit when it come to AK, when it come to my XL Pitbull Draco line that I produce, all the shit. He's a game Pitbull guy. Ain't no such thing. Stop capping. Every day, you a liar. You all that shit. He one of them motherfuckers, right? Got all the, whatever, whoever. I don't know who he is, but him and I have been bantering back and forth. You know what I mean? Like I said, it's like me being in the game and you got a motherfucking heckler after you scored a touchdown and shit. Oh, you ain't shit, dog, man. That was lucky. You one of them type. He's always been one of them type. So this week, that menu popped up. That menu, right? My high performance, my original recipe, you know what I'm saying? Like Colonel Sanders, like coaches like Colonel Sanders with the original recipes, right? Coach put the motherfucking 6-7 lineup, future cook-ups. I got them. I got the recipes. They're all on deck. I ain't cooked them up. Yeah, I just put them all in one post. Shit doing big boy, you know what I'm saying? Big boy numbers. You know what I mean? I like to show and tell too. That's one thing about this dog game that is lacking. The dogs, not the personality behind the dogs, right? Which I don't hate on. Do y'all as dog man. I don't knock on it. However you guys push your content, do it. I salute it. I'm not a hater. I don't hate. However, there's rarely anybody that come out like the coach. And it's always been about the dogs, not me. And my dogs continually do numbers, thousands of likes, hundreds of shares, etc. When them short content reels was going there, I was doing 500,000 views, 20,000, 30,000 likes. I was doing all that shit when that shit was going. That's how you grow. It's going viral. I've been doing that shit with AK. A lot of dogs. I've been doing that shit. Okay, so I've been a part of this whole viral shit. I've been in the algorithm, all the shit. But let me make a long story short with this gentleman here. So he get in my comment section, right? And he says some slick shit like he always do. You know what I mean? And I responded to him like this. I said, hey, you couldn't help yourself, huh, hater? I said, see, I knew it. I knew that you couldn't help yourself, hater. You know what I mean? And I just did my laughing emoji and shit like that. And then he responded with the laughing emoji, right? He's like, man, I fucks with you. Which I knew he did it. Why would you fucking follow me? And then be hating all the time. But of course, he don't like the fact that I stand on business and call my shit the fuck I want. But at the end of the day, you think I'm gonna back down off of who I am and what I am as a dog, man? I'm not you. I'm not that gentleman. I'm gonna call him a gentleman now because he admitted something I always knew. I knew you was a fan, nigga. Why would you follow me if you wasn't a fan? Okay, but because I'm doing something that you not doing, and regardless of what you doing with what you're operating in your content, my content keep getting fed into your feed. And when you see my dogs, my shit look top tier. My shit don't look Raggedy Ann. My shit don't look low budget. My dogs look top tier. I know how to take pictures. I know how to, I'm a conditioner. Y'all know what I do best, man. I make dogs and I condition dogs. I'm a conditioner. I know how to make my dogs look chiseled. I know how to fast my dogs at the right time. I know how much kibble to feed my dogs. I know the workout regimen. I know all that because that's what I do. So when I showcase my dogs, of course, they're going to be looking like they're supposed to, say cheese. But when you showing your dogs, your shit's on a chain. Your shit's over there in the fucked up backyard. Your shit just, you riding old accolades and shit like that. You talking about fighting dogs, all the shit. All the shit that motherfuckers ain't paying attention to. And if they are, hey, it is what it is. Do you? But you're not getting more influence, more fucking shine than AK and any of my other dogs I'm putting out there. But the world be hating AK. You know how it do? I told y'all when I went to those fucking Facebook groups, I first got on there, man. And I went on this pit bull. It was like a pit bull. It was a huge ass group too. I don't even think it's popping like it used to be, man. It was a huge group. I think it had like 100,000 people in the group, man. Boy, when I fucking started flexing, putting AK on there, man, I had all the motherfuckers in my motherfucking, on my post. That shit was crazy. And that was when I was a rookie to that shit. So I'm over there debating. They debating with each other. I'm debating with them, man. That shit went on for like 2-3 weeks. I'm like, how the fucking one post go on for 3? But you know what? I didn't know. I was getting stupid followers off that shit too. So anyway, this week, solid week. Just more confirmation. God is good. Let me know. Hey, stick to the path. Eventually, the world will catch on. Eventually, the dog world will catch on. And because you stayed on the path, because you was original Colonel Sanders with the sauce, when it comes to a point where they finally get the, when they finally get the aha, like, man, that nigga coach been on this shit. That's just been my whole life. Told y'all that shit. I've always been ahead of niggas. My whole life. Because I'm an artist first. This dog shit is an art. It's a passion. I'm good at it. But because I create shit that's light years ahead, My vision is way beyond what everybody else is doing. People, they can't comprehend my engineering. They, they look at my schematics and like, oh man, he just making much. Oh man, they can't comprehend what the fuck I'm doing, which is fine. It's fine with me. But of course, with this dog shit, all the time you put in, all the money you put in, trial and error, all the shit. I mean, time is really not on your side. But you got to find a reason to stick with your program, stick with the script. You know what I'm saying? Stick with the shit. And if it wasn't for my vision and all the things that I've had before I got to this point, all the things that I did before I got to this point, there would be no AK, there would be no Shaka, there would be no Black Hawk. There would be, all the different dogs I've done produced over the years. So many. There would be none of them if I wasn't fucking determined to get to this level that I'm at, which, of course, the next level is even greater. So shout out to my dude. I'm gonna look you up. I'm gonna give you a shout out. You probably don't even know, but I'm gonna give you a shout out because I commend you for being honest. 2 years. Finally admitted that he a fan. All the hating. But see, Bando said this shit too. Shout out to Bando. Me and Bando's interaction was fucking, kind of sketchy. But I stood on business. When me and Bando had a talk man to man, though, when he was, he was trying to pick, I didn't have a scab. He was trying to make a scab. I didn't have one. And me and him had a talk man to man. We talked. He was like, man, I was trying to pick your scab. That's what he said. Because I know I pick everybody's scab. Motherfuckers fold like fucking laundry. They fold like lawn chairs. He said, you didn't fold, man. You stood on it. He said, man, I respect you for that. And I respect your dogs. Because he was trying to hate on AK too. But from that conversation, me and Bendo been tight ever since. You know what I'm saying? So, salute to this week. Still got a lot of work to do. Still not there yet. Still striving and persevering to get to that level. You know what I mean? God willing, he'll help me get there. You know what I mean? But at the same time, just as a witness to you guys, as an example to you guys, man, stick to your path. A lot of people going to boo you. They're going to throw tomatoes at you, but they still coming to your games to do it. So if they still coming to your games, you must be interesting enough for them to show up just to boo you. Okay? Because if you wasn't shit, they wouldn't even show up. Right? If you didn't have no type of presence, no type of influence, why would they show the fuck up to your games? So me as the example for y'all, I'm telling you, it is what it is. It's going to happen that way. They're going to hate on it. But as long as they in your comments, they coming to your games, you're doing something right. Keep it going. You know what I mean? You know how the coach do it? Sounds good, spectator, with the laughing emoji. That's what I do to these motherfuckers. And I let them comment and go crazy and shit and have their own dialogue with each other because they're not doing nothing to me. You at my games. I did not go to your page. I didn't go to none of your posts. Matter of fact, when I do go to your page, you ain't got no posts where anybody coming to. Nobody come to your games. You know what I'm saying? You come to my games and my shit's cracking. My content doing numbers and the peanut gallery's there. So of course you want to talk to your motherfucking haters and commentators and naysayers. You want to talk to your like people that's like you. Of course you want to, because that's the only way you get your shine. That's the only way you get your pats on your back. But your dogs don't get no pat on the back. You put a dog menu out, it won't do no numbers like my dog menu just did. That I show y'all. So that when I speak with some type of level of authority, I speak with some type of level of smarts when it comes to these dogs and breeding, then y'all can be like, yo, coach, he can talk like that. He do the numbers. Look at his stats. He just not fluffing. He's not fluffing the numbers. He's not just talking because it sound good coming out of his fucking mouth because that's what everybody else do. They talk and it sound fucking good. No, look at coach's stats, motherfucker. He do this shit. He do it. He done it. He did it. He's doing it. So I digress. Big cheers. Big love and respect. Big salutes. And I'm going to go ahead as I take a sip of my vodka lemonade to curb the edge. I'm going to go ahead and drop this link. I'm going to go ahead and put the banner up. Hey, we're going to have a great cook-up tonight, okay? But I'm going to drop the link in the chat. Now, if some of you guys are on the vertical and some of you guys are on the horizontal, because you know there's probably 2 lives going, which is really the same live. You might not see each other. That's just kind of how, until StreamYard figures that shit out, you know, it is what it is. But just know, Coach sees your chats, okay? So, you know, if you're participating, I will add it to the playbook. You already know. We'll put it up if you participate. Don't trip. But just know if you're not seeing everybody, just know that there's 2 lives going because StreamYard has a vertical, which I guess if you're on your phone, you can see everything in a certain type of way. I don't know what it is. Some new shit. So just bear with it, okay? You know what I mean? But we all are here, EA Sports in the game. And boy, oh boy, we're going to have a great classroom tonight. Like every classroom, man, we have, man. One of a kind where you can come and learn some shit, Ty. You come and learn, man. That's one thing that I've noticed when it comes to the podcasts, plural, that are out here today. Because I go through all of them, man. I'm just, I'm a student of the game, man. I go to all the games. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm the coach, man. That's why I'm me. I go to all the games. I go, I'm a student, man. I take notes. Like I tell y'all, take notes. So I go to a lot of different breed podcasts, and I love to learn about dogs, man, because I'm really engulfed in what I do. I really want to create next level, high level dogs. So I want to learn from everybody. I'm humble. I'm a student. But what I've noticed is that there's not a lot of classroom type shit where motherfuckers is teaching you shit. It's a lot of interviews, which is cool and great. And salute to all my brothers that do interviews. Brother Joe, who does interviews, NWA County Corso. Salute to Brother Joe. If y'all ain't follow him, follow him. Salute to my man, All World Doberman. You know what I'm saying? He does some dope ass interviews and stuff like that. So it's a lot of interviewing going on out there, right? Which is fine. Okay. But with me, because I'm such a fucking student, I want to learn about what's happening now, what people are doing now, what they're cooking up now when it comes to making dogs, especially performance dogs. You know what I mean? And a lot of guys don't really want to talk about their sauces and formulas to current because, they're dealing with competitors who might steal their swag and their sauce. And I respect that. So I see from that window. However, there's not a lot of content where you can come over there with your notebook, your pen and pad, listen and be like, ooh, or damn, I tried that, or ooh, I didn't think of that. Okay, cool, and where you can come and, learn some shit. That's what I feel that the dog game is lacking. And that's something that I came on live to do, is teach, give back. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to hold the information back from y'all. I want you guys to pay attention in class, take your notes, go and do your own research, then go into your lab, cook it up, apply it, see what it is, troubleshoot it, do it again till you get it right. I want y'all to do it that way because that's the way I do it. So again, salute to our classroom because we one of the few that every Thursday night, we're here to teach, man. And there's always going to be a few of us that's here because most people don't have the attention span. They don't, you know what I mean? Their brain gets get fried and shit. It's too much. Oh my God, too much information. Oh, they shit. They blow a circuit and shit. Blow a fuse. It's done. All power out. They want to laugh and shit. They want to, they want to be entertained. Over here is not about entertainment. Entertainment is not going to help me produce a next level dog. If I want to produce a dog greater than an AK, entertainment is not going to help me do it. If I go to your podcast and you entertaining, or I'm going to your podcast and, I'm just hearing about what you used to be, all the shit, cool. However, I'm not getting nothing from that. Me, me. So I find myself scrolling through a lot of different people content. This is me. I'm just talking for me because I'm looking for the gamer that's giving me game. And before I let the qualified panel up, next week I got a classroom for you, man. And I came across an individual who's top tier in Malin Walls, man. And we're gonna have a classroom with him as far as his content, and it'll be a great classroom. And and Inquisitive Dijin, my brother Inquisitive Dijin, I heard him in the chat. You know what I'm saying? And the brother mentioned one of Inquisitive Dijin's question, man. So shout out to you, Inquisitive Dijin. Great dog, man. Dog minds think alike. You know what I'm saying? That was my first time coming across that gentleman's content. And my brother Inquisitive Dijin was over there asking questions. And of course, he be participating in our chats. He's an engineer too. So that's why I love that confirmation. I'm like, oh, that's my brother Inquisitive Dijin over there in the chat. And my man over there commenting on Inquisitive Dijin's question. But we're gonna do a show on that particular content. And I was so grateful that I bumped my head on his page because he's a teacher. He's a teacher and I'm a student, man. I just want to get better and better and better, man. I just, what I'm saying? It's never good enough for the coach in the field, man. I'm trying to get better and better. I don't care what level I'm on. I'm trying to go higher and higher and higher. That's right. But I digress some, and I'm going to go ahead and put this link in the chat, and we're going to cook, man. We're going to cook. That's right. So let me go ahead and do that right now, okay? Let me go ahead and do that. Big salute, Tony. Man, we got everybody up in here. Verde, my brother Verde. We got Rock Solid in the building. Man, we got everybody in the building, man. Big, hey, Inquisitive Dijin. Hey, Inquisitive Dijin. You gonna know when we had that show. I'm gonna do it next week. Inquisitive Dijin. You gonna know, man. You be like, oh man, Coach found him too. Yeah, Coach. Man. Shit. I'm a dog man connoisseur. I'm a real engineer type shit. Elon Musk type shit. That's who I am. Never stop learning. So let me go ahead and find my link, and we gonna cook, man. Okay, where my link? Where my motherfucking link at? Hold on. There we go. There we go. Now, hopefully you see the link that I put in here, man. Hopefully you see that damn link. I guess, yep. Copy. There we go. What the hell? Oh, man. Let's see. Stream. There we go. Come on, man. All right, bear with me because I don't know why. StreamYard. Why is StreamYard doing that shit? Hold on. Bear with me, y'all. Back forward search. Okay, guess. That's right. I did the copy. That's right. That's not what I want to share. Referral link. Get that shit out of here. Oh, here we go. Here we go. We're back. StreamYard. Man, come on, StreamYard. You always be switching shit up. All right, so I dropped that in a link. If you see it, click it if you qualify. Man, click that damn link when if you qualify. You know what I mean? Click that damn link. If you qualify to come up here, man, we're going to cook tonight. We got the assistant coach. She's coming to help us too. Ready.
Salute, coach.
Salute, ready. How you been, man?
I've been good, man.
How that dog you got, man?
Getting more ferocious.
Yo.
Caveman.
Made it.
You made
Salute,
it.
caveman.
Salute. Everybody good.
We living, man.
You know, hey, God is good. You know what I mean? Just trying to strive to walk that straight and narrow path, but also be successful at the same damn time in this fallen world we live in. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, K man.
You know that's right.
Word. What
No,
dog is that in that picture, caveman?
That's one of my female band dog pups.
Yeah, that joint look good.
what's the mix in that, K man?
That's the Dane XL Bully. That's actually one of my calls. I took that picture to send to somebody else,
Mm.
and I
So,
didn't
K,
have a picture.
were you able to keep at least one of your bull herders?
No, I got no. The only the only pup I got out of that Malinois is my Pioneer Shepherd Cross.
Okay.
Better luck next time.
But you still have your other one with your LGD cross, right?
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. The Pioneer Shepherd.
Pioneer Shepherd. Okay, so you still have those.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I got a male I'm keeping and a male that I haven't been able to place yet. He's too I shouldn't say this, but he's not too much anything, but he's the real submissive family type dog. You know what I mean? The one I kept's an asshole. That's the kind of dog I want. I don't want
Yeah, I
to
feel you.
roll over on her belly and that kind of shit.
Hey,
Yeah,
caveman, that's a two-edged sword having a dog that's an asshole. I own two of them on my yard, and
Yeah.
that's
They make
hey,
the best ones though, don't they?
hey, it's a love-hate relationship, man, with them damn
Yeah.
dogs, man. I'll tell you
Yeah.
that.
Oh yeah, good working dog will drive you nuts, especially if you're not keeping them busy all the time.
right.
Man,
They'll be barking, they'll be tearing shit up, they'll be escaping, they'll be doing something if you don't do something with them.
Yep.
exactly.
But if you don't ever hear from them, they probably ain't worth the fuck.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
unless
true.
some breeds are
Yeah,
exceptions to that rule, but not the kind of dog we're talking about. Police, military dogs.
yeah.
Correct. That's
Yeah,
that's the ones they want, caveman. They want them assholes.
Them super assholes. Or
You know what I mean? Was going to challenge you every now and then.
yep.
So, okay, so check this out, gentlemen. Tonight's topic, man, this is going to be a good one. And, we had to bring the assistant coach in, Miss Chat GPT to help us out, to give us a format. But, we're going to go through this and we want to go through the levels because, we talked about some things that made a lot of sense. And of course, we had some, debates on opposite sides of the coins of how we feel. K-Man felt a certain type of way and saw it a certain type of way, right? Myself.
yeah. I think we're talking about two different aspects of the spectrum.
Exactly.
Yeah,
No, K-Man.
it was the
Exactly.
same shit. Yeah,
You're right.
Yeah,
You're
but
right.
yeah, I'm
just
talking about.
worded different.
No, I'm talking about the consistency and the predictability and the hybrid vigor is like the gain that you get from the breeding. And if you're doing like he's talking about, um, you're not doing that. You're looking for the outlier. You're looking for the anomaly, the one that recombined with all the shit you want.
Correct.
But
Yep.
it's not actually a hybrid. It's like composite breed or
Right.
composite genetics. It's all over the place, and it just happened to be the one that won the genetic lottery.
Correct.
Right.
Shout out to Caveman. Shout out to Caveman. You're right,
Yeah, you
Caveman.
know exactly what you're saying. Yep.
Yep. Salute. And Chris had a point too. You know what I'm saying? So, me, like I said, I'm an engineer. So, this topic is a juicy topic. So, I went ahead and, went into the classroom, start putting the information in Miss Chat GBT and put us up a nice little, cook up for us to break it down and all of us to elaborate on to have a full understanding as engineers, because in reality, I don't know everything. We don't know everything, but it's a good way for us to freaking, get an understanding of what it looks like. And then we're like, okay, that's what that means. Okay, that's what caveman meant, or that's what coach meant, or that's what Reddy meant, or that's what whoever meant. Like we can clarify this by digging deeper in it. And that's why I love our group of dogmen, our group, our communities, because that's what we do. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying caveman is wrong. Caveman ain't saying coach is wrong. I'm not saying Reddy's wrong, Chris is wrong. We have our view on it, but we might not be able to articulate it the right way. We might not be saying the right things to, like Caveman was saying. Like we saying two different things, and we kind of understand each other, but we're saying two different things. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I want us to have this classroom tonight, because I want us to look into it and have our assistant coach scour the net, do what she do, get us a consensus, and we add to our experience to what she's talking about, and then we can make it make more sense, because there are levels to hybrid vigor. A lot of people don't know this, but this is true, and I want us to be aware of this, because if you cooking and you seeking hybrid vigor, but you don't know the level, you don't know how to get it at its most prepotent level, then you might be shooting in the dark. You know what I'm saying? So, right. So this classroom is going to help us, all of us, not shoot in the dark when it comes to trying to get the maximum level of hybrid vigor. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I think it makes sense too. Anything else you want to add, K-Man, before we start cooking? No, but I do have the dry erase board. Hey, K-Man's taking notes. Shout out to K-Man. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to K-Man. Y'all better be taking notes too. I always tell y'all motherfuckers, take notes. Hit that replay. You know what I'm saying? We don't do this classroom shit just because, we really trying to help all of us.
Right.
We elevate this shit. Like, I really want us to think outside the box to create the circle, because that's how we create next level dogs. If we're not thinking like that, then we will never get it, never gonna get it. Oh shit, Verde in there. Hold on. My bad, Verde. I didn't even see you.
No, my bad. I lost connection for a split second.
Man, salute Verde.
Yeah, salute Verde.
Yeah,
Man, we're gonna cook. So okay, so let me share my screen. All right, let me share my screen.
Nice looking pup there, Verde.
Yeah, Verde doing his thing with his damn dogs, man. I see him training his puppies, all that shit. Salute, Verde.
Thank you, Reed. Thank you, Caveman. That's the F1 pup that I bred to my classic bitch.
Yeah, I see you, man.
Yeah, I like that joint.
Okay, so let me go ahead and blow up this screen. Okay, so now I don't know, Reddy. I don't know if you can see the chat and all that stuff, but if you see something that you like, hey, such and such said this, such and such said that, let me know. I'll add that to the screen, because I'm going to be focused on the reading and stuff like that, so you can help me
I
out.
can't see both chats. I can only see the chat I'm in.
Yeah, just see which one that you can see. I'll still try to pay attention to what's going on in the chat. Also, chat, understand, I'm narrating. You know what I'm saying? So I'm doing the narration, then I'll stop, and then you guys can chime in as I'm asking the panel the questions. You can chime in and add whatever you guys input in on this, and then whoever's is tying into what we're talking about, the subject matter, I will add it onto the screen so that the world can see it, even though whoever's watching it live or whoever's watching it afterwards, they can watch the chat, they can see your chats. But I will, if you're saying something that's tying to what we're talking about, I will implement that on the screen. However, I am the narrator. Okay, so I'm going to be focusing on the reading part of it, but at the same time, Reddy, if you see something, you want me to add in there, I'll make sure I'll add it. Okay.
All right, bet.
All right, cool. Team ball over here, man. We're playing team ball. That's all we're doing, Reddy.
Yep.
Okay, so it says over here, right? So I put this curriculum together, and shit. Shout out, to our assistant coach, man. She's solid, man. She gonna give us some basics, a little outline, and we can do what we do. We can use our brain and add to it. So
So she said, below is a clear breeder level breakdown of hybrid vigor, heterosis in dogs, arranged from the least to the most potent levels of hybrid vigor, followed by exact breeding strategies to achieve each level, including how to reach the strongest possible hybrid vigor. Okay, so remember how we were talking about that to a degree a little bit last week? Okay.
Right.
That's why I wanted us to cook on this, because this is something that we should understand fully. And then once we understand it fully, then we can know how to navigate and use it as a tool. Okay.
Right.
And then we can also understand that once we set a level, we can see, if we achieve that level or not.
Mhm.
We need to know what it is first. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what this classroom is about, y'all. All right. So here we go. Hybrid vigor. Levels from weakest to strongest, right? Hybrid vigor increases a genetic diversity between the sire and the dam increases, okay? Less related equals more heterozygosity, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Good.
Okay. Equals stronger hybrid vigor, okay? Now, level 1, minimal hybrid vigor. Description: this occurs when two dogs are very closely related genetically. Examples: full siblings bred together, parent times offspring, closely line bred dogs, 2 times 3, 3 times 3 on the same ancestry. So that we learned what that meant, right? 2 times and within the third generation, the second, in the 3 in the third generation. So that's 2 of the ancestors in the third or in the second, 3 in the third. That's what that means. You know what I'm saying? And that's when how we were talking about horses and how theirs is like, if they're not close within the first 4 to 5 generations, then that's considered an outcross because they're related. Okay, so that's what we already talked about this in other classrooms. So if you want to know what the 2 times 3 is, 3 times 3 is, man, go back, man. We done broke this shit down already. Okay, so we don't have time for all that. Now, potency. When the potency on the minimal hybrid vigor, very low, almost no hybrid vigor. Inbreeding depression, risk is high. Reduced fertility, small litters, weaker immune response. Okay, how to accomplish: heavy line breeding or inbreeding, tight family lines, pure preservation breeding. Okay, so do we understand? Panel, ready, caveman, chat. Do we understand the lower level of hybrid vigor? How she explained it to us, breeding that way. Do we understand anything that you guys can add to that?
Yeah. Don't breed family members so tightly or at all. You gotta outcross, bring in another breed to bring in healthy genetics
To produce the
to
vigor,
produce the vigor, the hybrid vigor,
right? To
the
produce,
high hybrid vigor.
correct. And remember, all breeding techniques are a part of our breeding formula and our recipes. Okay, so line breeding and inbreeding is required. Okay, however, like she was saying, closely anything within that first generation, that second generation, and that third generation repetitive. If you did that from an outcross, right, from an unrelated, then you inbred or line bred in the third. Let's say you inbred in the second, and then you line bred in the third. Okay, maybe you fucking pushed it and did it into the fourth. After that, you can't do it no more.
Yeah. You want to be hitting the wall.
You hitting the wall, period. You hitting the wall. You're done data. Your vigor, you done fucking deplenish all your vigor after that F1 cross when you start inbreeding that shit. Every time you inbreed or line breed, the vigor goes lower. What you got to add, K-Man?
Yeah, all that's correct. But with the F1s, even if you don't inbreed or line breed, you lose hybrid vigor.
What do you mean with the F1s? You lose hybrid. How are you going to lose
If you
hybrid?
breed, if you breed two F1s, you lose some
Oh
of the
yeah,
hybrid vigor
Yes.
correct.
that
Yes,
you
you are
got
correct.
from the original.
You are correct. Hopefully, you
Even
guys.
though you're gaining diversity in your line, but the individual dogs lost out.
Facts. Okay, that's true to a degree. We're gonna learn that too. We're gonna learn that there's a caveat to that. There's a flip side to what you just said too, K man. So we're gonna learn that
Yeah,
too.
right, because they're all different.
Correct. Correct.
Yeah. Some are going to be elite, some are going to be trash, some are going to be midsy.
Yep.
Yep.
All different tiers.
That is true. All right. So hopefully you guys understand level one. All you guys in the chat, paying attention in class, taking notes, really, using your mental awareness and listening. Hopefully you guys understand the minimum hybrid vigor as we just broke it down. So let's go to level two, right? Level two is low to moderate hybrid vigor. Description: the parents come from the same breed and same family, but are not closely related. Examples: same breed, but no recent shared ancestors, 5 to 7 generations apart. Hey, excuse me, 5 to 7 plus generations apart. Okay. Two separate but similar bloodlines of American Bulldog, American Pit Bull Terrier, Mountain Walls, etc. Shout out to Chat GPT. She know we was talking about all them dogs. That's why she did that for us, man.
Word.
You know what I'm saying? That's why I love this. You know what I mean? She pay attention in class. That's what we got to do. We got to pay attention. She know we talk about these dogs. All right, now potency. She know we talked about potency. So here we go. Low to medium potency. Enough heterozygosity, right?
Yep. Yep.
Right? To improve vigor slightly. Good balance when breeders want to preserve type but improve health. How to accomplish: outcrossing within the breed, use pedigree 6 through 8 generations apart, combine two separate working families. So she's showing us how to accomplish a low to moderate level of hybrid vigor. So let's say you still trying to preserve some traits, or you still trying to lock in some traits. She's letting you know that, as you still are line breeding and, inbreeding, and let's say you throw that out in there, but then you still doing the same type, you getting a level of it, but you're not getting it at a maximum level. I mean, that's kind of what I understand. Ready? What do you
So
see?
what you mean, like, so if I get like the Johnson American Bulldog and I take it to the other joint, the
Okay.
Scott,
Okay.
that's two different lines, but it's still an American Bulldog.
And now she's saying they're still related, but 5 to 7 generations back, which is still considered a low-level line bred dog.
Oh, so he's getting ahead of the game.
Who? Okay.
Who,
Ready?
me?
Yeah, that must be what's coming next. Two loosely related dogs of the same breed.
I don't know. I don't know what's coming next. We're gonna find out.
Or you're talking like I got a regular Scott American Bulldog, and then my boy got another Scott American Bulldog from the same litter as me.
No.
Separated by 5 or more
Separated.
generations. Yeah.
No. That's not what. No.
You
Okay.
don't?
And then I took it, to the Johnson.
No. Look. Hold on, y'all. Listen, y'all. She says this. She says description: the parents come from the same breed and same family, so consider line bred, right? But are not closely related, so it can't come from the same litter.
Mm.
So she gives us an example. She says, same breed, but no recent shared ancestries, 5 through 7 generations plus generations apart. So nothing related until 5 to 7 generations plus apart.
Damn. So
that would be a low to moderate hybrid vigor. If nothing was related until the 5th generation, that's considered a low to moderate hybrid vigor because it's still line bred, right? Remember how I told y'all how the horses are line bred? Huh?
Loose line breeding.
Correct. There you go, man. Loose line breeding. That's a term. But do you follow that, Reddy?
yeah, I'm trying to understand it.
Okay, Reddy. Remember, think about it like this: like how we thought about how the horses are when we talk about horses and how they all come from the same fucking foundation,
Right?
Right? And for them, because they're all line bred related, all of them, their hybrid vigor, because the gene pool when they started it was so broad on purpose that when they started to get closer and closer and closer and closer and closer and closer, then they say, okay, because they're still all related, but they're distant cousins. If they're not related past the 5, if they're not related within the 1st to the 5th generation or the 1st to the 4th, then once they're not related in the 5th, or excuse me, if they're not related and then it become related in the 5th, that's called a line. That's called an outcross in racehorses.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's what she's telling us a low to moderate hybrid vigor is in a dog. Is that if they're not related until it gets to the 5th to the 7th plus generations, then that's a low to moderate hybrid vigor.
That makes sense.
Okay, so chat, hopefully y'all paying attention in class. We breaking this shit down for y'all. All right. So y'all can understand the potency level of your vigor. Because like I said, a lot of people talk about this shit, but they're not engineers like us. See, we want to break it down so we can build it back up. We want to break this shit down so you have a comprehension of what the fuck you doing. It sounds good when it come out your mouth. Oh, I'm getting hybrid vigor, but what level of hybrid vigor are you getting? Do you even know? You even comprehend? Did you study? Did you try it? But I digress. So that makes sense. Okay. You see anything in the chat? Anybody say something? Let me go and look at the chat. Look at the chat. Make sure.
I don't see nothing on my side.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see nothing on my side either. Okay. Let's keep it going. All right. Salute, K, man. Salute, Ready. Appreciate y'all's participation like always.
So,
all right. So level 3, moderate hybrid vigor. Okay. It says outbred with breed. Description: 2 dogs are from the same breed, but from genetically distant populations. That's interesting. Example.
that's what I just said.
Hey, what did K-Man say? I think K-Man must have fucking read the shit. K-Man must have read the shit before. K-Man, why you cheating, K-Man? Stop cheating, K-Man.
Been reading this shit 45 years.
K-Man's over there fucking cheating and shit. That ain't even tell you got the cheat sheet. No, K-Man.
Nah, that's ill, man.
So examples, just like what you said, Ready? Salute to you, Ready. Johnson American Bulldog times Scott American Bulldog. Show line German Shepherd times working line German Shepherd. American Pit Bull Terrier Eli line times Jeep Red Boy line. Max diversity within the American Pit Bull Terrier, right? Potency, medium. Okay, noticeable increase in stamina, immune strength, body size, and recovery. Good for working performance without losing breed type. Okay, how to accomplish this? Breed 2 different strands of the same breed. Avoid overlapping pedigree for 6+ generation. Genetic COI, which is coefficient of inbreeding, under 5%. Now, what can you guys add to the level 3, which is called moderate hybrid vigor? Anything you can add to what we just learned?
No, pretty good.
She hit the nail on the head with this one, pretty much.
Yeah. But what about people that say they got old family reds? Everybody that says it be thousands of people that said claim they got old family reds. That's all family members, right?
I mean, if that's what they claiming, but you know, a lot of people claim shit. Remember how we talked about when you claim a certain like Mayday, you know what I mean? I always use him because that's like the most current, or let's say, you know, high profile dog that was of a level.
Right.
And they claim they have Mayday dogs because of the name, but you don't have Mayday when it comes to his potency.
Right.
So that's kind of what you're saying. I don't know. Is that what you're saying? I don't know.
I
Elaborate more.
mean, like a red nosed dog, like a red nosed pit bull. That's the old family red nose.
But okay, but old family red, you could have all. I mean, red nose just it's not just because of the old family red. You know what I'm saying? Ready?
Yeah.
So okay, so you have to
There's
kind of,
different types in that group.
but not necessarily it's an old family red.
Right.
So okay, so that's what I'm saying. So elaborate on what you're trying to say so that you know we
What?
can break it down.
All right. So there's people that have just the red nose pit bull. That's just the old family red nose type. And they have different families of these dogs. What
Okay.
I'm asking is, are those different families still inbred, or yeah, are they inbred, or are they all related in the end?
Well, they're all related in the end if they come from the true line foundation of those old family red. If that's if.
Right.
So if they come from that foundation, which is called old family red line, they are loosely line bred or heavily inbred, right? Depending on your genetic pool.
Mm,
Okay.
yeah.
That's how I would see it. Now, if you're not connected to the source and you don't got that old foundation blood, your shit watered down. That's just fucking, that shit is watery. That's just watered or that's just watery, water flooded.
Goodbye.
That's how I see it. That shit flooded out. That shit is not what the original sauce was.
Right.
Yep, right. And that's the easiest thing to change a line and make it a recessive, like red. You know, that's a recessive trait. That's the easiest thing to breed for.
Mm,
Elaborate, K man. You gotta elaborate for the classroom, brother. Come on, man.
Well, I mean, you can see it, and all you have to do is breed two dogs that carry it, and it shows itself. A dominant trait, you know, it's a lot harder to breed for because there could be a recessive trait back in there. I mean, it's not hard, you know, you can still do it, but you might take a couple more steps.
Right.
mm.
Yeah. I understand. I understand where you're coming from. Yeah.
But the recessive you can see in the recessive, you can't when it's riding along with the dominant.
And one thing I want you guys all to understand is that colors, certain body types, that's not a hard thing to do for a breeder. That's not hard. A lot of times we bump our heads on that shit. And then if you keep breeding the same way, then you lock it in. I mean, that's not hard. But when we talk about performance and shit and temperament and athletic abilities, that's a whole different beast because that's not guaranteed. You might bump your head one time with that one time and wonder why you can't get it again. And that's why this hybrid vigor fucking topic that we on as engineers is so important to us because we are chasing this level of performance Each and every time we cook up, if God blesses us with one puppy that gets this level of fucking hybrid vigor, we did our job. One.
Right.
And that's not even guaranteed.
Nope.
And that's why I want us to talk about these levels and understand how you achieve it and how none of these levels are guaranteed. None of these levels, level 1 ain't guaranteed, level 2, level 3, and all the other ones we're going to find out is not a guarantee when you cook up top tier fucking dogs and you like, okay, this is top tier. I'm doing it with the formula. I'm following the formula the way I think it is. I'm following the formula where I know it is. I beat them together and then I get duds. But I'm moving too far into the classroom. But I want to give y'all food for thought because, well, man, we cooking tonight, man. Pay attention in class. Let's go to level 4. All right, so level 4 is high hybrid vigor, crossbreeding between breeds with shared functions. Description: 2 dogs from related or functionally similar breeds are bred. Examples: American Pit Bull Terrier times American Bulldog, Malinois times Dutch Shepherds, English Pointer times German Short-Hair Pointers, Working Mastiff family times Band Dog type American Pit Bull Terriers. Man, shout out to our girl, man.
Word.
Shout out to the assistant head coach, man.
You tell her to put the Foxhound Bloodhound cross in there.
You know what? Next time she's gonna do it. I guarantee she'll do it next time. But no, she's been paying attention. Because these are like all our classrooms that we used her with. She's putting those fucking, she's putting that perspective for us.
Yep.
Because we talked about these different types. Okay, next time she'll have the Kangal in there. She's gonna have all kind of shit, the hounds and shit. Shout out to Miss ChatGPT. But anyway, let's go to the potency. Potency. High potency. Big improvements in muscle mass, stamina, temperament balance, structural soundness, immune strength. Okay. She says this is where band dog programs and designer working dogs succeed. Uh-oh. I like that. How to accomplish this, she says. Choose breeds with complementary work traits.
Facts.
Okay, that is facts. We talk about that. Max traits. We talk about that. Avoid breeds with overlapping weak points. That's common sense.
Mm-hmm.
Pick parents with strong health, drive, and temperament. Maintain genetic distance, but functional compatibility. That shit makes sense. That shit makes a lot of sense to me. Come on, ready to elaborate, caveman, elaborate. What y'all got to say about this?
Got to breed 2 different breeds that do the same job types, and to get the strongest, the highest level of hybrid vigor. That's what I think.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah. Something like taking lighter, faster, athletic dog and breeding it something a little bullier to give it a little more power and bite at the end of the trail. Like a hound or a band dog or a protection dog.
Right.
Yeah. But you see how as we climb the levels, it's more genetically diverse.
Yeah.
But at the same time, there's a rhyme or reason to this. And so this is what I'm learning as I put this curriculum together. I'm learning that there's a true rhyme or reason to this, which at the end of the day, like how you were saying, K-Man, we're damn near saying the same things, but saying like we're from the different side, like from different sides of the spectrum, right? And even you, Chris, I don't know if Chris is in the chat or whatever, but as we continue to, dig into this,
That's why I said I was splitting hairs, because Hybrid Vigor is heterosis, but I think that they need to have a different definition for the type of heterosis you're talking about.
Correct. And she breaks it down in here. So she shows me my perspective, and then she showed me your perspective. She showed me Chris's perspective. You know what I'm saying? Because there's levels.
All right, so my fault.
Go ahead, ready?
So with that dog that you had got, the that bulldog joint, the Neapolitan boxer, that joint.
So Red Bull.
Yeah, the Red Bull joint. How what yeah. They just put any Neos in there then.
Nah, hold on. We're getting ahead. But I love your mindset. I love y'all thought. That's why we gonna get to that. So hold your question, but
I was like level 4. I feel like level 4 will be like a Aussie to Fendi breeding, something similar. But
what? Say that again, Verdi. I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
I say this level 4 hybrid Vigor will almost it's low key giving me like the Aussie to Fendi breeding. It's a crossbreed of a dog that's similar and functions almost alike, but that's not of the same breed. But when you breed it together, you might get characteristics where you could say either of, oh, this a bully with a pit drive, or this a pit with a bully drive. Like what Caveman was saying, not every puppy is going to be super successful, but if you get that one puppy, like you said, that you're looking for, then hey, that's the success. So
The anomaly, yeah.
Okay, but there's part of that, like what you just said, the more you get towards a pure hybrid, the more consistent they are, where your puppies on a true F1 are going to be all the same.
true that.
Right. And that's where we were saying two different things. Like from what you was talking about and from what I was talking about, it was two different perspectives, but we're from two opposite sides of the spectrum. You know what I'm saying? So, but like I said, we're getting ahead of ourselves. We ain't even there yet. You know what I'm saying? I trust me, I got a great class for us. I got a great class for us tonight. So hopefully y'all paying attention. Hopefully you guys got y'all attention span sharp. If y'all need to stay up in class, drink some coffee, drink a Red Bull or something, man. You know, I'm like, this is a good one tonight, man. Please pay attention in class, man. I really took my time with this one, man. I really wanted us to really get this because this is going to help us elevate, and it's going to help us pinpoint our direction when we cook.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right,
Even though we know it's a lottery, but I mean, if we can get closer to hitting our numbers, then shit, winner,
chicken dinner.
You feel me? So yeah, let's go ahead and do what we do. Okay, what do you say? What salute, Tony. Tony said, can y'all expound on true
G1 pups?
G1 is it F1? I think he meant F1.
Yeah,
Yeah,
true F1.
F1. He meant F1. Go ahead, Reddy. I don't know, Reddy, Caveman. Go ahead.
You got this ready? You want me to?
That's you, Caveman.
All right. Well, we are getting ahead of ourselves because a true F1 is two different species. In dogs, the best we can do is two different breeds. So when you take something, and the farther the extreme difference between the two breeds, the more hybrid gain you're going to get.
Facts.
So if you take something like a greyhound and breed that with something like a mastiff or a bulldog, you're going to have a true F1. Your pups are going to be consistent, and you're going to get, like your pups are going to outperform either parent.
Mm-hmm.
But when you breed those pups, they all got their recessive traits or inferior traits from one parent canceled out by the dominant trait of the other parent. But when you breed those pups and they carry those recessive traits, now depending on what you breed them to, especially if you inbreed them together, you make F2s. Well, if you bred two of those pups, they carry the recessive trait. Now half of your dogs come out with that recessive trait. Now, did you want that or didn't you? But you still, you just lost all your hybrid vigor, not all your hybrid vigor, but you lost hybrid vigor and you lost all your consistency.
Yeah, you lost the potency of it.
Yeah, now you're getting into where you're gonna just start selecting the best one out of the mix and breeding that, in composite breedings and looking for the lottery winners.
Yep. Which is all a part of the equation. That's why we don't throw inbreeding out. We don't throw line. We don't hate on inbreeding. We don't hate on line breeding. We don't hate on outcrossing. All of it plays. You know what I'm saying? But there's an art to it. As an engineer, you know what I'm saying? If we're competing, that's why I say if you're a competitor, you're gonna try different shit. You're gonna get into your bag. You're gonna mix shit up, try different stuff when you're a competitor. Okay, you're not gonna stay just fucking this worked for me last time. But then when you compete and somebody outshines you, out fucking does you, and you still doing the old fucking formula, you gonna get fucking left behind in the dust. Right. That's why we gotta try all different genetic combinations, breeding combinations, breeds, breed types, all the shit, because we never know until we fucking try it. Yep. But I digress. Let's go to level 5, man. Salute, K-Man. Salute. Ready, salute, Tony, for that question, man. Let's go ahead and hit level 5. Level 5, maximum hybrid vigor. Okay, this is what this is what I like. I like maximum. I want to max my shit out. Okay, crossbreeding between unrelated breeds. So this is where I was like going off on it. Like this is where I was thinking, Caveman. And I understand now where you were thinking, and I'm getting ahead of myself, but this is what I was thinking, okay? Okay, because this is what I do. So, crossbreeding between unrelated breeds. Description: this is the highest possible level of heterosis. Breeds are distantly related with non-overlapping genetic background. So that means that there is no related anything in any part of the generation. Does that make sense?
Yep.
All right, cool. Example: American Pit Bull Terrier times Border Collie. Very unrelated equals massive hybrid vigor. American Bulldog times Presidio Canario. Moderately unrelated because we know that there might have been, that's why I said she's so smart, there might have been a pit bull thrown in the presser, you know what I'm saying, and then washed out over the generations, okay?
Yeah, those dogs are cousins anyway.
Right. That's why she said, that's why she let us know. Moderately unrelated. So we got, we respect that because we're not dummies. Now, German Shepherd times Boxer. Diverse working group crosses. Mastiff times cur type dogs. Band dog foundation. Okay. Potency, very high. The strongest hybrid vigor you can create. Okay. The strongest hybrid vigor that we can create. Results include extremely strong immune systems, increased size and structure and soundness, increased fertility and litter size, high athletic output, high longevity potential, ideal for creating F1 band dogs and hybrid working dogs. How to accomplish this? Crossbreed 2 totally separate breeds with different ancestries. Maintain outside of breed pairing, not cousins like American Bulldogs and American Pit Bull Terriers. Genetic COI should be near 0%. Use 2 pure parents to produce the F1 generation. So this is where what you were saying, Caveman, and what Chris was saying was correct. When you take 2, let's say at least 3 generations in, they're related. Pure. Right? Because that's how we learn the pure before it gets fucking fucked up. Right? Not necessarily watered down, but when you overdo it, you get inbreeding depression. Okay? 2 to 3, max 4 generations of inbred line bred. After that, you fucking shit up. Okay? Now, based off of that, why the people why she mentions is use two pure parents to produce the F1s, because when we lock in those traits, like K-Man was saying, I think like Chris was trying to say, you're guaranteed to get that, what that parent is or what the other parent is, because those traits we locked in. So if we're trying to get the maximum of those both parents, we want those traits that is the maximum still locked in. So when we click them, we get the best of both worlds locked. It's not scattered. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Because you want your dog to have homogeneous genes,
There you go.
so that it only gives one copy or a double copy of every gene. So all the pups come out with one from mom, one from dad, but they're all the same in every one,
Right.
instead of being different. You know, if you're not bred tight, a dog has like 19,000 genes. That's pretty hard to get them all the same without tight breeding.
Mm.
So salute to you, Caveman, because you was right. And salute to Chris, because he was right.
Oh, you were right too, and because we're talking about different things, and that's what I said. What you're talking about is a different definition of heterosis than hybrid vigor,
Right.
because the animals you're talking about are elites that will most likely outperform the hybrid vigor because they have other dominant traits from other lines. You know, but it's very inconsistent and hard to or it won't reproduce, and it's hard to, you know, hit that match like that.
Correct. Exactly, Caveman. Exactly.
But it's not really a gain, you know, the hybrid gain.
Yeah, it's like the highest level that, you know, like I said, I'm looking to hit the lottery for fucking $1 billion. That's you know, and that's what I was saying to you guys. It's like that's the level of hybrid vigor I'm looking for. So your level, Caveman, your level, Ready, Chat, your level might be totally different than mine. Don't mean that it's not a level that's, you know, that's respected, but like, for example, you might get a dog from me and, you know, you want me to be honest with you, and you're like, Coach, how would you say this level of hybrid vigor? I'm like, well, hey, it didn't meet my standard. You know, I'll give it an 8. You get it compared to any other dogs that you ever own. You'd be like, yo, this is a fucking 10. Because how you experience hybrid vigor is not how I experience or how I see hybrid vigor. That's why I want us to break down these levels and understand it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So yeah, salute. Let me see it. I mean, Verde. Let me make sure I got you, man. Are you on there, Verde, right? Or no? Verde, are you in the group or on the panel? Maybe not. Oh man.
Thought I saw it. I see it's
I see
bubble.
it says remove. Hold on. He's on there. All right, cool. All right. So let's go to the next one. All right, anything y'all want to add to this before I move? Ready? You want to add anything, Caveman? Are we good on level 5?
Yeah, but it brings up a topic that I want to talk about sometime. Maybe something you can research.
Yeah.
Part of why this is the way it is genetic crossover.
Okay.
That's why it's so complicated. It makes things complicated where you can't just take the chromosomes you got from mom and pass them on to pups and breed that back out because of genetic crossover. You're losing and gaining traits along the way.
Okay, let me write this down so I can research that. So you want me to research that, Caveman?
Genetic crossover.
Yeah, maybe you can come up with something for the screen.
Hold on, but we got to do that another time because this class, we're not even halfway through the class, Caveman.
Right. I can always break out the dry erase board for that too.
So genetic crossover. Genetic crossover. Okay, got that in my notes. I'll research it. Okay, so as far as level 5, we good on level 5, gentlemen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go to level 6. She got a level 6 now.
Man,
Okay. Extreme hybrid vigor. Okay, you know, she
I
knows
like
my
that.
lingo. She knows my lingo. All right. So F1 from 2 heavily inbred lines. Uh-oh.
Ooh.
This is where we get it. This is where we get the understanding. This is where I got my comprehension of what you were saying, caveman, and also what Chris was saying. Okay. Now I got my comprehension. Okay. Now look how she break it down. Because this is the extreme. So this is where we like you said, we both were kind of saying the same thing, but we're on different sides. Okay. Now she says this is the scientifically strongest hybrid vigor. 2 parents are each tightly line bred. She said line bred. Now, you know, we understand what that line bred, what that means, right? There's still outcrosses in there. Okay. Understand that. Inbred, all related. Line bred, half brothers, half sisters, you know, shit like that. Cousins, you know, there's some outcrosses in there. So I want you guys to understand that. Do you guys understand that,
Yeah.
panel?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Because some people might say, oh, inbred, you know, heavily inbred. Nah, there's outcrosses in there. That's what you said. Line bred, tightly line bred. Examples. Okay, there's Verde. Let me get you up here, Verde. Now he's in there. You in there, right, Verde?
That sound back now.
Okay. Hit the mute. All right, so here we go. Says examples: heavily inbred American Bulldog, tight Johnson lines, times heavily inbred American Pit Bull Terriers, tight Jeep Red Bull or Mayday line, heavily line bred Malinois, and heavily line bred Huskies. Potency. This is the most dramatic hybrid vigor possible. Why? Because each parent has very high homozygosity, and when you combine them, the offspring gains extremely high heterozygosity, the mathematical maximum. Results: tremendous work capacity, very high pain tolerance, excellent immune system, faster muscle development, big jumps in athleticism, stronger joints and connective tissues, high sperm count, larger litters. How to accomplish? Take 2 unrelated breeds or 2 unrelated strands. Ensure each parent is line bred / inbred 3 times 3, 2 times 3, etc. Okay, make sure you understand what she telling us though. You know, she's telling us where to do it safely at in the 3 to the third, 2 to the third, right? So in the third or the second, top or bottom. That's what she's telling us. Okay, related. Cross them to create the F1 hybrid. Don't line breed the F1s. Okay, hybrid vigor collapses when you line breed that, which we know, right? As soon as you go ahead and do some line breeding, you lose the hybrid vigor. This is the strategy used by elite band dog programs, some military working dog programs, livestock breeders for 50 plus years, hybrid wolf dog breeders for vigor and longevity. Does that make sense, y'all?
Yeah.
What can y'all add to what we learned about the extreme hybrid vigor, the ultimate level of hybrid vigor? What do y'all add?
Yeah. So you just take a heavily inbred, I'm gonna say German Shepherd, and take it to a heavily inbred Chow Chow. They they 2 separate dogs. They're not nowhere near family
At all.
at all. So they're gonna get the extreme hybrid vigor.
Period. Period. Ready? That's exactly everything you said. Exactly correct. Now watch this. This is what she didn't add. You're only going to take the ones who are going to produce what you want them to produce. Just because they're purebred don't mean that they belong in this cook-up for that extreme hybrid vigor. They have to be able to produce those genetics that you compounded in that heavily lined and inbred dog. If they cannot produce what you want, that is not going to get you extreme hybrid vigor. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. If you're not matching up the right traits, you're not doing anything but making a dog that's going to live longer. Like, you might not gain anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not gonna do the work that you wanted it to do.
Right?
Or
You gotta.
it might do half of the job.
Right. And this is where that selective breeding comes in, right? And this is where, when you're doing that, and that's why she always specifies in that second to third generation is where you will do your inbreed line breeding. She keeps it there. If you want to extend it, that's your choice, but she keeps it there because that's safe.
Safe, right?
Because every time we, after the F1, every time we line breed or inbreed, what happens to hybrid vigor?
You losing it.
So everything that we worked hard to get out of that dog, that is that freak of nature, or that has the vigor that we've been waiting for, shows us the level of performance. We see the tremendous work capacity, the very high pain tolerance, the excellent immune system, fast muscle. That we see all these things. We like check. Soon as we line breed that shit, we lose it. Soon as we inbreed it, we lose it, but we're only doing that so that we can compound it, so that when we do the outcross from that one offspring that we know that can produce what it is, we're going to get maximum vigor. Because like you were saying, man, that consistency of what those genetic characteristics are now locked in to that dog, the producer of that. So we know that lock that in, let it, 2 times tight, and we done seen those characteristics come out there. Maybe it's not nature, let's say like, but it's still at a high level to where we like, okay, we still got it. It's we still see it.
Part of that too is when you're inbreeding and line breeding to lock in traits. When you line breed, you need to, just like you would do in an outcross, you need to pick an animal from your line that has all the traits you're looking for and complements a trait that you lost, in your line. Like, when you narrowed down, maybe you lost mouse, well, you'd go back to, one of the dogs in your line, like say 3 generations back, that had a little more mouse, and still carries a majority of the genetics.
Right.
The dog you're breeding it to.
Right. But okay, man, you got to have that saved up in your sperm bank in your lab just to even have that opportunity to be able to add that sauce when you feel like you're losing. And that dog needs to be a dog in your line, right?
Yeah, but ideally you'll have a population. So when you have a population, so when you do line breed, you got distant relatives to go to.
Yeah, that's if they keep their dogs, okay, man. Most people ain't gonna keep their shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, most of the time that this works, it's because the dog is used for hunting or used for livestock protection or something, and there's a village of people
that has a
dog. Yeah, it's not just one kennel or 2 or 3 kennels, which 2 or 3 kennels could do it, but yeah, you're talking a village project or a club project or something.
Yeah, that makes sense. Anything you want to add? Ready? I'm gonna use the restroom. Ready? Go ahead. Go ahead and cook it a little bit if y'all got something to add to that.
I was about to ask caveman shit. So what if you got like a dog like I guess like AK and shit, right? That always throws himself, and then you get another dog from another breed that like a female that always throws herself, and you bring them two together. What
Yep.
you gonna get?
That's the ideal situation. If you're matching up complementing traits. So in this cook up with AK, what are you trying to make?
So like
Or what are you
AK,
trying to add to
AK, and
him?
like a type of hound.
All right. Yep. Yeah, that would be a good, I mean, that's been done lots of times.
To probably go after bears or some shit.
Yeah, they use it for hogs and bears, mountain lions, stuff. You run into problems sometimes if you're trying to run a pack of them, especially if they haven't been raised together. They get pretty aggressive at the end of the trail. Might start fighting at the tree.
Mm. See, I heard that some people use the Staffordshire Terrier or the Amstaff,
Yeah,
because they could run in packs.
yeah, some of them can. I mean, a lot of the pits used to get along with dogs, and the bulldogs, especially, they got along. Dogs and animals, they just did what they were doing because they were trained to do it.
No, that makes sense.
You know, they can distinguish. They weren't mean. They were just stubborn and aggressive and had gameness, high pain tolerance.
Okay.
Mm.
Okay.
Nah, that makes sense.
Okay. So let's see what else we got. Now she hits the key point. I guess it gives us a summary. She says the strongest possible hybrid vigor you can create to maximize hybrid vigor in dogs. She says use two pure unrelated breeds. All right. So for those of us who understand competition dogs, and if our family of dogs, which is just our line of genetic dogs that we have in our area that we use, and we used plural, past tense, which created our family of dogs, are already in our line. For us to produce the strongest possible hybrid vigor, and some of the OGs knew this by trial and error because they've had different breeds around. This is how you get the strong. It has to be unrelated in a totally different breed. Does that make sense to us?
Yes.
But pure in its, now listen to this, pure in its abilities, working abilities, its function, its temperament, its drives. It has to be pure in its abilities to do what it do and produce it. Okay, because we have to make sure we define what pure is, because some people will fucking put pure, oh, heavily inbred, and that's it. Nah, you have a heavily inbred dog that's a piece of shit. Or a heavily inbred dog that don't produce.
True.
So you cannot get caught up in pure and let it be blanket. It's a blanket statement, because that's not how this shit works. Because a scatterbred dog can produce itself too. Okay, so nothing is guaranteed. That's why we call this a genetic lottery. Okay, that's why horse racing, who got hundreds of millions and billions of dollars in their program, they call it a genetic lottery. Then they got the tightest bloodline you can even imagine. They got the best fucking horses you can even imagine. They telling you it's still a fucking lottery. So we know this, that the dogs have to show us that they can produce the genetic characteristics, the genetic traits, and they can pass it on that we've seen in them, that we've seen in their grandfather, that pass it on to them, like our grandmother, whoever was the one passing these genes. We have to know and see it in the offspring to say, okay, yep, we got it. And then not only did we get it, but it's better. So Next, each pair should be heavily line bred / inbred within itself. The two lines must be genetically distant. Produce only the F1 generation for the highest vigor. Now, with those competition game dogs that, look like they was mixed with some shit.
Yeah.
That were grand champions and all the shit. Now, me as a person who understands this shit genetically and mathematically, I can see why they would throw the F1, because if you throw the F1 in there, just putting on everybody's shit. Why would you not do that?
I wonder if this was being discussed like this when they mixed the terrier with the bulldog.
Of course it was.
Yeah.
Caveman, of course it was. Hold on.
Or
I
the
wonder if this
terrier
was
with the
discussed.
mastiff.
Watch this, Caveman. Ready, chat? I wonder if this was discussed when those individuals was creating all the different breeds that we have, when they were mixing all those dogs, and they were like, oh shit, look what I got. What if we mix fucking another dog with it? What can we get? Oh shit, what did we get? What if we mix
another
fourth
dog? Yep.
Come on, y'all.
And then we get the dogo.
I mean, damn it, man.
That shit got 13 dogs in that shit.
I mean, come on, y'all. This is why I love our classroom, because we ain't stupid. We don't get it. People tell you some shit that they never fucking did shit they like. They never bred no dog. They don't have multiple different breeds of dogs. They ain't never did nothing. But they trying to tell us competition dogs. They trying to tell us, oh, mud this and mud that. Motherfucker, what? Every dog created by man is what?
Yep.
Every competition dog is a composite breed. Even when they finally produce that solid ass breed type, and they want to make it better when it starts to have that genetic, or what do they call that, inbreed compression, whatever you fucking call that shit, because your gene pool, they're dealing with that with the thoroughbred horses right now. They're dealing with that right now. They gotta go out with something else, because if not, your shit, it is what it is. Think about humans. Humans been doing that shit. We already know what happened when they was doing that shit, man. Motherfuckers, you're getting retarded. No disrespect to the handicap. You're getting the handymans and all that shit, man. Motherfuckers like, yo, I don't want my fucking kids and grandkids. I don't want my kids coming out handyman. We got alcohol. I believe in my bloodline, but that's genetically that don't work. Now, she says, produce the F1 generation for the higher figure. She says, this is how you create the super hybrid type dogs, elite F1 dogs. So if I want the fucking top tier performance dogs, my dogs need to be fucking F1s. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm teaching y'all.
That first breeding, and that's it.
Well, hold on.
F1.
Well, hold on. That's not it. Because remember, once we get that F1, we want to carry on those genetic characteristics. Yes, we water it down, but we're already at the highest level. So my water down is still more superior than your shit, because I'm only going to do that shit like I did with my formula. When I do my F1s, I'm only going to breed it at F1, maximum hybrid vigor, inbreed brother and sister. That's the F2, and I'm an inbreed those brother and sister. That's it. I ain't doing no more. Either I'm gonna outcross it or I'm gonna archive it, and I'm gonna have AK or whoever's gonna be at forefront. Whoever's the forefront, I'm gonna do AK with a whole nother bitch from a whole different family, not related. And I'll do the same thing. Guess what? If I ever want to take that male semen from that first AK breeding, from the three fucking or the two inbred AK, 1, 2, 3, third generation AKs, stud. I keep that semen, and I do that with a whole different bitch not related to AK, and then I want to line breed it. Then I line breed it. Then I'll get a level of vigor, but it won't be maximum vigor, but I'll still get vigor on both lines. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Let's learn a level of vigor, but it's not the maximum vigor, but I'll still get vigor. That's why I say we got to be fast, understand how to do this. Yeah, if I love a certain version of this AK cross, and I tighten it up, like this is good enough. The F1 was okay, it was way too much. But I contained it by bringing it together 2 times. I like lowered the frequency where it's manageable. But to you as a consumer of this dog, you ain't never seen no dog like it because I fucking bred it for the vision. You didn't know how I you're not aware of this shit. You game goofy to this shit. My F1s, all my F1s is with my team. Me and my team got all the F1s. Nobody got the F1s but me and my team. You know what me and my team do? We all them F1s. Because those F1 breedings inbred to each other is still gonna be better than most people. That shit gonna be level fucking 5. No, excuse me, that's gonna be level 4. Because my shit was already a level 5. All right, so here we go. This is a bonus. Bonus. How to maintain hybrid generations. She goes, hybrid vigor drop when you bring hybrids together. Notice. F1 pure times pure 100% maximum hybrid vigor. Okay? Does that make sense, y'all?
Yeah.
Now the F2 is F1 times the F1. Drops 50% fast. So when I take AK skins to each other, that's going to drop 50% bigger. F3, red down, 25% bigger. Line breed again. After when you get to the fourth fucking time you do that shit, you want 10%. That makes sense. Hopefully y'all paying attention in class. Because like I said, a lot of y'all motherfuckers. Go ahead, K-Man, go ahead.
No, finish because I'm bringing something else up.
Go ahead.
Okay, along the lines of maintaining hybrid vigor, the best way you can maintain hybrid vigor and maintain a long-term breeding program is with 3 purebred lines, bred in rotation. You breed make F1s, and then you breed those F1s to the purebred of the other breed, and then you take the offspring of that and you breed that back to the pure breed. The first, and then you breed those offspring to the number 2 purebred, and you just go round in a circle.
That makes sense.
Word.
Not maximum, but you maintain a high amount of vigor, and you still maintain diversity.
But they're not related, though.
Yeah, you always got to keep bringing in new unrelated stock.
Bread that's not related to that. Yeah, they can't be related, okay, man.
Unrelated stock. You always got to bring in unrelated.
Yeah, because as soon as they're related, you lose in vigor off the top. So it can't be related at all. So like if line breed,
you are losing some vigor with just making the composite breed, but it's a high level. It's not an F1, but
is it related?
Pretty good. And some of them are, just as good, but you can maintain it. maintain line like I talk about chickens because I like study how the hatcheries do things. To maintain a breed, you have 3 lines. And they breed them like that to maintain a healthy population. They're breeding 3 lines together. But their shit ain't getting inbred.
But they're related though, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's why.
That's why she said it drops 50%.
Yep.
The vigor. They're related. And maximum vigor, it can't be related at all. So, but like I said, for us to understand, right, we want to keep creating freaks. And this is where I'm at in my program. I'm always trying to create freaks, which is, might be just fucking doing myself a disservice by putting myself this hard, but that's what I want to do. That's why I like genetic diversity. That's why I like, top tier dogs that are of different breeds. That's why I have a formula, which I haven't even implemented yet, of 3 times. F1 breeding, that's 1 generation, and inbred brother and sister. And those offspring, when they breed, they're just inbred, and that's it. That's it. I'm done with that. That part is done. Then the semen will be formed. Then I might do a line bred just to see what happens. If I see I'm losing or I'm not gaining, then you know what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back to the source. I'm going to take, like I said, AK to a whole nother bit, and I'm going to get that fucking vigor.
Yeah.
Because I want the highest level of fucking performance I can get, because I want competition fucking working dogs that are better than the last one. My bar got to get raised higher and higher, higher and higher. This is me. That's why I wanted us to cook on this. There's levels to this higher. Where do you want your vigor? Your level might not be my level. You might be comfortable with a 50% drop in your hybrid vigor or 25% drop in your vigor. You might be okay with just being at an even 10%. It's fine. It's fine. But I want us to understand that there's levels to everything. And how you perceive hybrid vigor might be different than caveman, or how you ready, or how you guys have different perspectives of what we want to the level of hybrid in our lines. So my breeding philosophy will probably be different than Kate, different than yours, different than anybody. Because I want the highest level of vigor, which ties into what you were saying about Red Bull.
Yeah.
I don't know if Red Bull's parents were a pure German boxer or pure American bulldog or pure Neapolitan. I don't know this. However, I know that Holy Spirit is not a purebred in the sense that her mother, her dame, and her sire were related. They weren't related at all. Pure outcross. Pure. Okay? Now, because of what I produce, which is AR-15, and if I was to compare Red Bull, I don't own Red Bull. So I couldn't tell you if AR-15 is better than Red Bull. I couldn't tell you that. But from what I've witnessed, AR-15 is an elite fucking dog. Produced by 4 breeds. So if I didn't get the highest level of hybrid vigor because they weren't pure, I at least got, let me see, with AR-15, let's say if I didn't get that motherfucking level, what do they say? What was that level? 5? Is it level 5, y'all?
Extreme.
Extreme. There you go. Thank you, Reddy. Extreme. So level 6. So let's say if I didn't get a level 6, I got a level 5 with AR-15.
Yeah.
I got a level 5 with AR-15. Maximum hybrid vigor, crossbreeding between unrelated breeds. That's what I got with AR-15.
Okay, that doesn't mean that you didn't get a level 7 with AR-15. Would it mean an average of a 5 in the litter? Because once you get past F1, the pups are not consistent in the genes they carry.
Okay.
So you might have a higher level of heterosis in that one puppy.
Right.
But as far as the litter goes, percentage based, you lost.
Well, but we know that, okay, man. We know that not everyone in the litter, or even half the litter, is going to have that high level of hybrid vigor. We know that.
But they do. If it's a true F1, they're all the same. They're exactly the same, or not exactly, but they're almost exactly the same. Like you got to scientifically study them to find the difference, because they only got 2 copies of every gene, not 2 from each parent. Each parent doubled up because they were inbred, line bred. They only carried 1 gene, whereas a dog that's not inbred, line bred carries 2 genes.
Okay.
So you got 4 different genes to match up in 2 mixed dogs or 2 scatterbred dogs.
Right.
And
Okay.
times the 19,000 genes.
Okay. So this is where I get confused, because when we're talking about competition animals, if the dogs don't make the cut, then I don't give a fuck what their genetic fucking profile says. If you're not performing at my level and only one of them is performing, even though your genetic profile is saying what it's supposed to say scientifically, then you don't meet the cut. And you deal with that with dogs all the time, because you have a litter of 6 and maybe only fucking 2, and then only 1 is the superior, and then the other one's kind of like 3rd place. All the other ones we throw in the trash.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like, that's why they say with horse racing it's a genetic lottery, because they breed like that and they expect it to be scientifically what it is. Then they put them on the track and they don't perform. So that's what I'm saying. It's like with competition animals, we only judge the competition. Yeah, the genetics say what it say, but if you not present that genetic profile in performance, then I don't give a fuck what the profile says. What are you doing in competition? And we know it's hard to get high-level competition dogs that, let's say, once that dog and that family sets that standard, that's the standard that we need the other ones to beat. Either you can meet it or beat it. And that is a hard thing to accomplish for anyone who produces competition animals. When you have that in your family that sets the bar so high, you're like, wow, Hall of Fame. It's very hard for that the next generation to beat it. I don't care how many in the litter. It's so hard for those animals to beat it. And like I said, we learned that with
There's some wind in the background, I think.
I think that's caveman when he got to put on mute. But you follow
when you crossover, that's going to explain a lot of what you just said.
Okay, so I'll definitely cook on that, caveman. I'll go ahead and research that for sure. Research that.
Check out the Punnett square and meiosis too.
Okay, so we hit the bonus. She showed us how to maintain vigor, but as soon as you start crossing them up, you lose it. Period. You lose it. So we know that shit. You're not maintaining vigor. So a lot of people think you can line breed and maintain vigor. False. When you line breed, inbreed, all you're doing is compounding traits. That's the only reason why you fucking do that shit. Don't ever speak vigor when you line breeding and inbreeding. Don't you ever speak that. Because we know once you start crossing that F1 into each other and making them related, vigor is, you're subtracting vigor. Let's hear what she says again. Bonus. how to maintain hybrid vigor in future generations. That means they're related. We talk about generations, they're related. She says hybrid vigor drops when you breed hybrids together. Does that make sense? Ready?
Yep.
I know K-Man know this. Chat, hopefully y'all paying attention. Okay? If you breed your hybrids together, you lose vigor, not maintain it. You ain't maintaining it. If I breed an F1 that's maximum vigored out with another F1, you lose in vigor. It's not 100% no more. Sorry. So don't ever speak vigor when you're doing line crawl. You're doing line breeder. And don't ever mention any type of vigor out your fucking mouth if you're doing line breeding, inbreeding. Shut that shit down. Period. Especially when you have two that were F1 pure F1 crosses with maximum vigor that you've proven has it, and you understand it can produce a level of itself. It's never going to produce 100% of itself, but a level of itself. As soon as you cross those into each other, you drop the vigor. Okay. F2, F3, when you get in that line bred again, 4 and in previous 4, 5, 6, you know, like all those people that talk about, oh, my dogs is this blood and it's 30 years back. Shut the fuck up. You done lost all that dog. Anything past the 4th generation, you lost the dog. I don't want to hear that shit. See, we engineers, we know better. We study. And if you really doing them dogs and you own the fucking source, you own the superior dog. Like I said, if I own Secretariat and that's the greatest horse of all time, I know what it is. I've seen it in real life, and I'm having this offspring, and I'm testing them like Secretariat, and they're not fucking meeting that level, I'm not going to give them the accolade. You know, you come off a Secretariat, you don't meet you don't meet it. I'm not going to put you on a level of your father if you're not your father.
Facts.
Hey, that's a Secretariat horse, man. You think I'm going to be proud to tell you that shit? Yeah, he come off a Secretariat, but he don't meet the cut. He don't qualify. So, matter of fact, nah, you don't put him in there. No, he don't fit. You know what I mean? It's like your kids and shit. You got kids that's disappointments. You ain't proud of that motherfucker. Yeah, that's my son, but he ain't like us. He ain't like me and his brothers. It is what it is. So just because your dog has a superior dog in its bloodline, and it's not within the first 3 generations where it's potent enough to still resemble, you know, an essence of that premium dog, premier dog. Once it's past the 4th, that shit watered down, watery. That shit's watery, water. Okay? So stop it. Anyways, to keep vigor high, she says, always bring in new unrelated purebred stock or keep producing F1s. Avoid breeding hybrids to hybrids unless stabilizing and breed. That's what we just said, right?
Yep.
Please pay attention to class, y'all. Please. Ain't no class like this teaching y'all this shit. We're not just freestyling this shit. We letting ChatGPT, you know what I'm saying, our assistant head coach, we let her scour the internet, get us the information. We let her, she's our encyclopedia. She go and scour the internet, give us the summary. And then someone like myself who cook up like this can tell you by experience. K-Man who does all type of different breedings of shit. With plants, all kind of shit. K-Man is a connoisseur of all the shit. He do the shit. He add his input. Ready, he is a student of the game. He add his input. Okay? We give you this shit from a real perspective, right? We take you outside the box when we talking over here, right? So pay attention. Please. Don't get caught up in people that talk because it sound good. That's what the world is, full of motherfucking talkers.
Oh, shit.
Okay, so she goes, which of course I'm not worried about that. So here we go. The next one. She says, okay, so you get much stronger hybrid vigor from breeding 2 heavily inbred lines of the same breed, as long as the 2 lines are unrelated to each other. Okay, this is fundamentally genetic principle used in livestock, working dogs, in hybrid programs. Okay, so that's what you were saying, K-Man, and Chris was saying. Okay, so she says, why heavily inbred times heavily inbred equals stronger hybrid vigor? Okay, hybrid vigor heterosis comes from increasing heterozygosity in the offspring. When each parent is heavily inbred, each pair becomes highly homozygous. What is it?
Zygos.
Zygos, right? Lots of identical gene pairs. If parent A is a homozygous for trait X, and parent B is homozygous for the opposite trait X, the F1 offspring becomes man. What is that, Reddy?
Heterozygos.
Heterozygous. Okay, big X, little x at nearly every gene. This produces maximum heterosis. But this only works if the two lines are not related. They are inbred to different ancestors or different gene clusters. If both parents are if both parents are inbred but share ancestry, you will not get hybrid vigor. You will just be continuing the line breed. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Anything y'all can add to that?
I don't know, but I got to stay muted for a minute or we make too much noise.
No, just hit mute, and if you want to talk, unmute. So we good on that?
So basically, that's two dogs from the same breed, but two different families that's heavily inbred, bred to each other.
That and two different breeds that are heavily inbred, which
Bred
what
to
she's
each
saying is those genes are compound in that line to where they will be present strong enough to be prevalent in the combination to where when you bring two of those strong prepotent gene or inbred line bred type dogs together, that explosion of what you expect from the mom and the dad should be greater on both sides because you know what you're going to get because that inbred line bred dog which produces itself prepotent,
right?
You know what I'm saying? And then that opposite breed or the same breed, non-related. But see, the key is non-related,
Unrelated. Yeah.
distant cousins from 20 generations back. None of that shit. If you want the most potent, that's what she's trying to tell us. The strongest level. They cannot be related at all. Whether you take a same breed or different breed.
Right.
So
the Rogue Wolf, what he said.
Let me see what my brother said. Okay, so he says, when I outcross, it's usually only a dog that's inbred or heavily line bred. Okay. Okay, salute. And that's what she's telling us, that if we want the strongest outcome, okay, of hybrid vigor, those genes need to be locked in. So a heavily inbred or line bred dog should lock in those genes that you should see and understand that you will get. So that makes sense if you're dealing with, let's say, an outcross dog or a scatterbred dog that you don't necessarily know what you're going to get, and then you breed that to another breed that's scatterbred and you don't know what you can get. So that consistency of vigor might not be there. So I get that, and that makes sense.
So excuse me, coach, can that be necessarily in the way of like taking a F1 to an inbred bitch then?
Elaborate what you mean by that. Taking an F1 to an inbred bitch. What you mean?
So say you take a so from what I just got from F1 is crossing two dogs that is not the same for genetic. Yeah, that's not related, but far as dog wise, so it's like if you take a bulldog to a pit bull, that's considered to be a F1.
Correct.
So if I take that F1 to say an inbred bully bitch, would that give me hybrid vigor, or would that wash the vigor out completely?
Well, if they're not related, you'll still get hybrid vigor.
Yeah, that's the composite breeding I was talking about. And also, what you're talking about, when you're inbreeding two dogs, or you're making an F1 out of two dogs of the same breed, you got to make sure they're not compounded on any genetic defects.
Right.
Like, you don't want to make an F1 out of two dogs that carry hip dysplasia. You want to
Facts.
breed in a dog like a greyhound or something that doesn't carry that gene.
Facts.
So once
Yep.
again, like breed away from its weak points, breed more for strong points.
Yes.
Okay.
The hybrid vigor is to cancel out any inferior or recessive trait with a dominant trait.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so let's go. She says, let's see. Okay, so she says, what happens if the two lines are not inbred? Okay. Two unrelated but not tightly inbred lines of the same breed will still give you a moderate hybrid vigor, but they do not have the same degree of homozygosity. Their offspring will not gain the same level of heterozygosity. The hybrid vigor is weaker compared to the inbred times the inbred strategy. This is why professional breeders say hybrid vigor is greatest when two unrelated inbred lines are crossed. This is called line cross or knit cross. Okay, so I heard of the knit cross with racehorses. Remember when we did that master class ready?
Yep.
And they talked about knit cross. Now, reason why we heard the knit cross is because every racehorse is related. Every one of them. Okay. So even though, and then we're going to get into this too, because we talked about Secretariat on the last show too. So we got to break, we're going to break Secretariat down. We talked about Mayday, we're going to break Mayday down. That's why this classroom is going to be a great one, man. Hopefully y'all paying attention, man. We're gonna get deep into the science of this shit so we can understand it. But the knit cross, that's what that means, because even though that's an outcross, it's still line bred.
Yeah.
Which is low-key heavily inbred to a degree.
So they was never gonna get past Secretariat.
I mean, Secretary is a true freak. That's just a true freak. Ain't nothing like it. I mean, that's just a true freak. Period. It's a true freak. But even how that came about, which we'll learn, is that's a Nick cross. It's a Nick because Secretariat is a line bred horse. All horses are line bred. They all come from 3 sires, and I think they use 3 sires and 30, I think like 30, 35 different mares. That's the bloodline. And then whatever they added from Japan and shit, or whoever they added into the stud books from Japan and the other places that they added, the outcrosses that they wanted to add to the line because they had some horses. Oh, we'll add you into the stud books. But other than that, they all related. But let's carry on. Strength comparison. Okay, same breed only. Weakest hybrid vigor. 2 unrelated but not inbred parents. Good diversity, moderate heterosis. Strong hybrid vigor. 2 pairs from different lines. Mild line breeding on each side. Low moderate vigor. Strongest hybrid vigor within a breed, right? Heavily inbred line A times heavily inbred line B, as long as the lines share no close ancestry. They cannot be related whatsoever. This produces the maximum heterosis possible within one breed, not counting crossbreeding. Now, Within a breed, if you do it this way, you can produce the highest level within that breed. But that does not supersede if you added a whole different breed. Once you add a whole different breed to that pure fucking hybrid Vigor F1, whatever, and then you add a whole different fucking purebred to that, you're going to get maximum. No, extreme. She said extreme, right? Is that what she said?
Yep.
Extreme Vigor. Okay? So there's levels to this shit. That's what we learning tonight. Levels.
So weak. So you're gonna get weakest hyper vigor if like a stray dog get a hold of your shit.
But see, look, I can't say that because what if that stray dog is prepotent?
But what if it doesn't have inbred parents?
But see, this is where you gotta experiment because you can have a heavily inbred fucking dog that don't produce itself.
Facts.
This is what I'm saying. Like nothing's guaranteed. Or you can have a mutt hit your dog and you have the best dogs ever. It's a
That
fucking
too.
mutt.
Yeah, that too. It's different levels, sides and shit.
That's why I love the class that we did, the master class to comparing the race horses to fucking competition, high performance dog breeding because they done it all. And they still can't predict it. They're doing heavily inbred, line bred horses, and they're finding out they're not getting the vigor that they fucking want. They know that the outcross is the key to them getting better horses, but they have a controlled gene pool. They just can't add any damn horse to it. They can't go to fucking Arabia or wherever they get, they can't go. They control that gene pool. You know what I'm saying? So they got to decide if they want to add something different. They got to be okay with it, then they do it. It's not like, you know what I mean? So they got to go play within the gene pool and play ball with it. You know what I'm saying? But it's still not guaranteed. That's all I'm telling y'all. None of this shit in theory is guaranteed. It's still a theory. But because people do it and because we're dealing with dogs for the most part, horses, they might have twins, but most of the time they have one horse.
Yep.
With dogs, we can have 12, 15, 26.
You never know.
So we can test them and shit. And if that's why I tell you guys, if we get one dog out of that litter that's fucking superior than the parents, that's a success to me.
Yeah, that's a win right there. Yeah.
One. Because with race horses, that don't even happen. A lot of times that shit just be mediocre. It is what they might win a few races. It is what it is. They throw them in the breeding shed. Hopefully they produce something better. That's how it goes with race horses.
And it take mad long to have the baby and shit.
And buku millions of dollars.
Yeah.
So we in a good spot because we can have a whole litter. And if you testing all the dogs, you know what I mean? And you have patience and you wait till a year, whatever, and you get to see who's going to be what, then you have the strongest chance of really getting that dog. But then even if you get that dog, it might not. It's like Secretariat. He wasn't a great. I mean, he's a freak, so he wasn't a producer. His sons didn't do shit when it came to productions. But I digress. Let's keep going. Real world dog examples or example of dogs. Example of moderate hybrid vigor. American Pit Bull Terrier Jeep line times American Pit Bull Terrier Red Boy line. Neither heavily inbred, moderate hybrid vigor. Does that make sense or no? I don't know if y'all understand. You know what I mean? I don't know if y'all paid attention in class, but she's giving y'all a little game about the lines times each other. She says, neither are heavily inbred, moderate hybrid vigor. Example of maximum hybrid vigor. Tight Michael Myers inbred American Pit Bull Terrier times tight Mayday inbred American Pit Bull Terrier. These two litters carry different genetic clusters, extremely vigorous F1s. Okay. Now, Michael Myers and Mayday are related. I think that's like
Yeah,
I think that's like son. I don't know if that's his
that's
son.
like his son,
Yeah, I think Michael Myers was his son,
Mayday son.
grandson, or something like that. But they're related, right?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So that makes sense of maximum hybrid vigor. Now, or tight Scott American Bulldog times tight Johnson American Bulldog produces the strongest American Bulldog hybrid vigor within the breed. All right. So does that make sense to you guys?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Now, why inbred times inbred fusion is so strong? Because each parent is a genetic brick, very uniform. When you smash two different bricks together, they mask each other's recessive weaknesses. They fill in each other's gaps. The offspring have fewer expressions of negative recessiveness. They display superior performance, vigor, strength, and health. This is the same principle used in agriculture to produce super crops and hybrid pigs and cattle. This is what you was talking about,
This is
K-Man.
what Caveman said. Yep.
Now, breeding type, hybrid vigor strength. Two non-inbred lines, moderate vigor. Two mildly inbred lines, medium to high vigor. Two heavily inbred but purely unrelated. No cousins, no great. There's nothing related at all. It's just total different shit, total different recipe. Gluteus maximus. Maximum. Okay. So do we get that? We understand that.
Yes.
Okay, man, you good? You want to add to that? We good?
Yeah, so pretty much what I got was, so it's like if I was to take a dog that's been inbred, let's say 5 to 6 generations into another dog that's been bred 5 to 6 generations in, I can achieve more maximum hybrid vigor compared to if I was to take a dog that's been line bred or outcross for, let's say, 5 to 6 generations in compared to another dog that's been bred like that.
No.
No,
No.
that's not true. That's crazy. Wow.
No. What it is 2 to 3 generations in. Because the more you inbred line breed, you lose vigor. You get inbreeding depression. So if you take a dog that's 6 generations, 7, 8 generations inbred, that potency of that dog is weaker. It's not stronger.
Okay.
And just because your dog is inbred or heavily line bred don't mean it's a producer.
Facts, because of the inbreeding depression.
Not just because not every dog is a producer.
That is true too.
So you really have to experiment with your dogs in the lab. You really have to keep whole litters.
Yeah,
Or
that's
like
the
K-Man
issue.
was saying, have a community of people who have your dogs that you can assess them over time and see by breeding them who is producing those traits that you was trying to keep.
Facts. That's key.
Because it's not a guarantee, though. Like Verde, it's not a guarantee. You just because your shit is heavily inbred don't mean you're gonna produce maximum hybrid vigor. She's just giving us a general understanding of how it works, but it's not guaranteed based off of her general understanding. She's just saying, hey, for the highest level, do it this way, but those dogs need to be prepotent. That means those genes need to be strong enough to reproduce itself or explode with another mate that has the same type of fucking prepotency.
On
So that
both
goes back to
sides.
what Rhea was saying, as in taking two dogs with two high coefficient, pretty much two high coys to each other, That's actual separate breeds that's not related at all to achieve a perfect F1. Well, not to say a perfect F1, but to achieve that hybrid vigor.
It gives you the koi being high gives you a higher percentage. However, doesn't mean that dog with a high koi is going to be able to produce better than itself, because hybrid vigor is better than it's not the same. So that's why I say it's like you might have that dog on paper and looks wise that like, oh, this is the one. Then you got that mutt, not that mutt, but you got the lesser one in the litter that you just kind of brushed off. But because you have them and you really doing the test and you breed them, that one that has that koi and all the shit, the other one might have the koi, but it might not have the look. It might, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. And then you
But that one might be the producer.
right,
Yeah.
right.
Because he still carries the genetics.
And that's what goes back to like what you say. When you do that F1 cross, you want to pit them dogs in people's hands where you can go and say, hey, test this dog with this or that. Or
Right.
so you can really say what is the producer. I'm starting to understand now.
Yeah, we're not taking educated guesses no more, Verde.
You really know who's a stud.
Facts.
Because your
And that
stud,
goes as far as for the females and the males, though.
yes. So your stud or your dame, right, might not be the best performer, but the genetics is coming from the same gene pool, and that one that's your top tier performer, killing everything, maximizing everything, winning everything in any type of competition. But then that one that's lackluster in competition is producing better.
Yeah.
We see that all the time in racehorses. That's why they don't throw a racehorse away when it's not a winner on the racetrack, because they're hoping that it's a winner in the breeding shed.
Right.
And a lot of times they are. They're lackluster on the racetrack, but they're fucking producing superstars in the breeding shed. And because they spend so much money on their fucking investment with these racehorses, they're going to try to get their money back every which way. They're not throwing horses in the trash until they maximize the fact that, you know what, I didn't try to get money out of you from the racetrack, it didn't work. I didn't try to breed you, it didn't work. Okay, well, cool. We're going to sell you or turn you into Elmo's Blue. Then they do it and they find out, like, damn it, this horse, you know what I mean? Like I said, this horse wasn't a good racer, but damn it, now produced me some top tier fucking, his offspring is a shit. So it might have made me a couple million on the track, but it's making me fucking $100 million off the stud.
Facts.
Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's why I say, you know, you gotta be in the lab and cook, y'all. You gotta cook, man. If you ain't cooking and trying your shit out, you'll never know. If you just judging a dog off of his performance and thinking this performance is gonna make him a top tier breeder, I mean, you really not really into this shit the way you're supposed to. You know what I'm saying? Like you ain't never really was in the lab and, like I said, damn near threw a dog away and that dog blows your mind with its production. You ain't never had that happen before. Okay? Because once you have that happen, then you start testing everything. You believe in your genetics. Yeah, you believe in the dog when it comes to competition and when we competing, but when it comes to breeding, it's a whole different playbook. It is. Believe in your genetics. All right, so hybrid vigor requires both high genetic differences between parents, high genetic uniformity within each parent. Most people only think about number one, but number two is just as important. Okay, so she says most people only think about high genetic differences between parents. They don't really think about number two, which is high genetic uniformity within each parent. Okay.
Mm.
She says this is why livestock breeders always use heavily inbred sire lines times heavily inbred dame lines that are totally unrelated to each other. This gives both the diversity and the maximum predictable benefit. Let's break it down. She says, if parents are not inbred, high diversity between lines but low uniformity. You get moderate hybrid vigor because the parents are genetically variable. Their genes are mixed in random combinations. Offspring receive some heterozygosity, but not at maximum. There is a genetic diversity between the parents, but not concentrated in a way that maximizes heterozygosity. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, man, you want to elaborate on that? Are we good?
No, that sums it up.
Okay, let's move on. She says, if parents are both heavily inbred, low diversity within lines, but high structured diversity between them, you get maximum hybrid vigor because parent A is zygous. What is that?
Zygos. Gauss.
Zygous.
Zygous.
Homozygous. Okay.
Yes, Gauss.
That's A. That's double A, capital A. Right. Parent B is homozygous, but different. Capital BB, two capital BBs. The offspring becomes capital A and capital B. Maximum heterozygosis. So that makes sense right there. Okay, man, that makes sense right there because it's compounded on both sides. They're both capital A's. Other parent, both capital B's. We getting equally A and B capitalized. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Every gene pair becomes opposite, creating the most explosive hybrid vigor possible. This is not the same as random diversity. This is structured diversity and has created the biggest jump. That makes sense right there, y'all?
Yep.
I get it.
Yup, you getting both double copies.
Fact.
I get it. Now she says reality check.
But do that go back to what Caveman was saying, though, about when the parents give the 50-50 for the double copies? Or is that something different, though?
No, K-Man was saying that. He was saying that. Go ahead, K-Man.
Yeah, that's what you just explained because dad's ABB, now all the offspring are AB.
Okay.
You're breeding them, now you breed an AB to an AB, you're going to come out with AAs, BBs, and ABs.
How do you get BA?
BA.
You get that. Yeah, yep. They do flip around. There's all kinds of different variables in the process. There's stuff going in different order like that, and that makes a difference. Makes a difference where the A comes from, mom or dad.
And would that be the Achilles you're talking about, or the Lotus? Don't they call that the Achilles or the Lotus?
Loci.
Loci, that's what it is. Loci.
Oh, Gene.
Okay. All right. So reality check. She says more genetic diversity between parents gives hybrid vigor. But hybrid vigor becomes even stronger when each parent is strongly inbred, but the two lines inbred to completely different gene pools. This causes maximum masking of recessive defects, maximum heterozygosity at every locus, maximum vigor size, drive, stamina, immune strength, stronger joints and connective tissues, faster growth, larger litters, better fertility. This is why F1 hybrids, Basset times Beagle, times Bulldog, times American Pit Bull Terrier, times Malinois, times Dutch Shepherd, etc., explodes with vigor. You see that?
Hell yeah.
Did y'all just listen to what she just broke down to us? All the people that want to talk about mutts, all that dog ain't shit, all purebred's the best, all the shit. What she just say? This is why F1 hybrids, if they're pure, which means they're producing what that Basset is. because in that village or in that country where that basset hound comes from, it's a strong line of different working bassets that they, that's line bred, inbred to each other over the centuries and shit. Pure. They all do the same shit. But she said, this is why a basset times a beagle times a bulldog times an American Pit Bull Terrier times a Malinois times a Dutch Shepherd, etc. If you keep going, explodes with vigor. Thank you. Thank you. So, example comparison. Scenario, two diverse but non-inbred dogs. Dog A, genetically mixed. Dog B, genetically mixed. Offspring, moderate hybrid vigor. Scenario two, two heavily inbred but genetically opposite lines. Dog A, tight line bred, homozygous, AA, AA. Dog B, tightly line bred, homozygous, BB. Offspring, complete heterozygosity, AB. Offspring, maximum hybrid vigor. This is why the latter is used in cattle, pigs, horses, chickens, elite working dog programs, band dog creations, military and police dog foundations. Okay. So the correct principle is hybrid vigor increases with genetic differences between parents and is strongest when each parent is inbred within its own line but unrelated to each other. All right. So let's see. Now I asked her about Mayday because, Mayday is a four-way cross, right?
Yeah.
So I wanted to see how strong his hybrid vigor is. So she says, below is the clearest way to understand Mayday as an outcross. And then the breeding practices that consistently produces the highest performance competition animals, dog, horses, livestock. The principles are identical across species. She says, what is Mayday genetically? Mayday is one of the strongest composite. That's what you said, K-Man, composite breeds. She said, Mayday is the strongest composite outcross in American Pit Bull history. God damn.
Shit.
Okay. She said, he is not a line bred dog. He is not a tight family bred dog. Okay. Now, you see how we get little blurred lines when she said those two things? How we just learned how you get the strongest level of hybrid vigor? But then she tells us that he's the strongest composite outcross in American Pit Bull history.
Yep.
You follow where we going now? You follow? You see how we can't just depend on just basic theory until you try some shit and stuff that makes PT look at it. Like, okay, well, shit. This is a composite.
Yeah. I want to coin a phrase right on that subject right there, and proves there's more than one way to skin a cat. It's called performance-based scatter breeding.
Uh-oh. Elaborate.
And I'm gonna maintain that that's the best breeding practice that there is, and it's time tested. And basically, what it is the daughters and sisters of the top performing male get bred to the next top performing male, get bred to the next top performing male.
And over and over.
Yeah. Randomly, no regard to who's related to who.
Right. I like that. That's a composite outcross then, right, K-Man?
It's a type of composite, but it's what I'm talking about is really scatterbred, and I guess it depends on how big your gene pool is. What I'm talking about is I'll use the coonhound as an example because they're tested, by the thousands. You could get a sister from the top performing Tree and Walker coonhound, and you when she comes of age, you find out who is the top performing coonhound, whether it's a red bone, a blue tick, an English, black and tan, Walker, doesn't matter. You just find out who's the best, breed to him, and actually, I would try to go to a different breed, and as opposite as I could,
Right.
and I would just do that every time, which is basically what I do. But I mean, I don't go to that extreme and chase them across the country.
Right.
Test my go local, but
Well, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Nice. So ChatGPT says about Mayday, she says he is, with capital words, IS, a high heterozygosity performance hybrid created by combining multiple powerful but genetically distant families. Okay. So then she breaks it down for us, right? The Mayday pedigree equals structured super outcross. Okay. She calls this a super outcross. Now we know that he's got at least 4 different lines in, right? We were talking about the 4-way outcross. Right? We were talking about that last week. Okay, so she breaks it down for us. Key components: Red Boy Jocko, Bolio, Tombstone, some Eli Bolio influence from tent dogs. Okay, these families were not closely related, which means Mayday was genetically diverse, high heterozygosity, high hybrid vigor, extremely strong work ethic, wind drive durability, prepotent sire because he passed diversity and key traits. Now, when you hear this and how she was describing for us to get the highest level, they need to be heavily inbred dogs. Isn't that what she told us?
Yep.
But with Mayday, she calls him a super outcross. Mayday is not heavily inbred, is he?
No.
No. She just breaks it down. He comes from a four-way cross. 4-way. And they're not genetically related. She says he was genetically diverse, high heterozygosity, high level of hybrid vigor. Okay, so that's why I say, right? See, she's analyzing Mayday's attributes, Mayday's accomplishments, what people have said about him. She knows how he was bred because people talk about it. And so she has to give her summary about what he is. And based off of it being a outcross, she knows this is a level of vigor. But based off of Mayday and who he was as a super dog, a one of one, she has to give him a high level of hybrid vigor. She's not going to say he's moderate. But based off of she gave us the basic formula of levels of vigor. If we would have put his formula combination before we produced him, we would probably say he would produce a moderate level of hybrid vigor. Because the dogs that he's blended up with is not heavily, he's not a heavily inbred dog.
But they're all the same breed.
Yep. But see, she said, she taught us that we want heavily inbred dogs of the same breed to produce a high level of hybrid vigor. That's what she said. She taught us that. But Mayday is not that. He's 4 different lines of dogs. That would be considered a scatterbred dog. That's not a family of dogs.
Yeah.
According to how they claim family of dogs with the pit bull terrier, that's a scatterbred. You got a Red Boy Jocko dog in there. You got a Bolio lines in there. You got Tombstone line. You got 4 different lines in one dog.
And Eli.
Let's keep it going. Mayday is what breeders call heterotic outcross that sire's better than he is. Okay? which I don't know about the sire, but she said the sire is better than he is. Okay, so maybe his daddy was better than he was. Okay, now this is the same genetic pattern as Jeep, Chinaman, Alligator, Zebo, and Midnight Cowboy. They were foundation sires created by crossing structured but unrelated lines. So remember how we talked about the best competition dogs were outcrosses?
Yep.
She just named some of the best Hall of Famers. Jeep, Hall of Fame. Chinaman line, Hall of Fame. I don't know much about the Alligator. Zebo, Hall of Fame. Midnight Cowboy, heard of him? Maybe Hall of Fame. But what did she say? They were foundation signs created by crossing structured but unrelated lines.
Yep.
Let's keep it going. Okay. Please pay attention in class. Okay. Ain't nobody teaching y'all like how we teach it. Ain't nobody teaching y'all how we teach it. Right? Because we engineers, man, we really want to know. We don't assume shit. We really study. We really want to understand because we are trying to produce dogs like Mayday and Jeep and all them type of dogs, or any other the Malinois that we know, any of the top tier high performance dogs we want to produce. We want to know how and why these dogs were the way they were. The only way we got to know is we got to study. That's the only way we're going to know. We're not going to assume shit. Like most of these motherfuckers who talk dogs, don't understand dogs, never bred dogs, don't ever bred their own line of dogs, never did an outcross, never did anything, never bred different breeds together, they never did none of the shit that I've done, never did none of the shit that Caveman done, some of you guys have done. But they talk like they're experts about how this shit works. Like they talk like, oh, why would they cross this breed with that breed? That don't make no sense. You know why? Because you don't know no better. You ain't never did it before. You don't know how these dogs was made. You don't know about F1s. You don't know about fucking the rawest, purest level of fucking hybrid vigor. You don't know how to get maximum hybrid vigor. You don't have no clue. But we do. And in this classroom, we teach you. Let's carry on. Number 2, what kind of outcross is Mayday? Mayday, high performance composite outcross. F1 type hybrid, she calls them. He is not an inbred dog, but instead the product of several unrelated performance lines combined with purpose. He fits into this category: multi-line outcross, high genetic diversity, high athletic potential, high pre-potency pass trait strongly despite being outcrossed. So, okay, this is what I was talking about. This is kind of what I was telling you, Verde, is that because you might have a heavily inbred dog, that dog is not pre-potent. You might have an outcross dog or a mutt or a scatterbred or whatever you want to call it that is passing on his traits. Like AK, he is an outcross. Don't come from heavily inbred parents, but he passes on himself. That's called prepotency. Does that make sense, y'all?
Yep.
Right.
This is why I tell y'all pay attention in this classroom, man. Because you can get caught up in the language, but if you're not paying attention, you won't, you won't understand how to think outside the box to create the circle. Because there's truths in all of these things that we are learning, but until you put it in action, in actual theory, in actual fucking real life, you won't know the variances of them. You won't understand the nuances of how to achieve the level when you try something and it didn't work. You wouldn't throw the fact that, you know what, this is not a heavily inbred, so I'm not going to breed that because I'm not going to get maximum level. But you would try that outcross or that scatterbred and then throw it in there and find out that, oh, this scatterbred worked better than this inbred. Pay attention in class. Please pay attention in class, you guys, man. And like I tell y'all, the reason why I speak with so much fucking authority is because I really fucking do this shit. I really did it. I really tried it. I use all of it. I don't throw nothing away. I don't say, hey, inbreeding is bad. You never heard coach tell you that. Hey, line breeding is bad. You never heard coach tell you that. Hey, outcrossing, you never heard coach tell you all that. I tell you, I'll use everything. But make sure there's a rhyme or reason to what you're doing. Make sure you understand why you're doing it. Make sure you use the right dogs when you do the shit. Okay? Make sure the outcome is better. Not the same. Better. If it's not better, go back to the drawing board, erase that shit, do it over again. If it's not better. If you're doing the same shit, it's a waste of time. At least for me, it's a waste of time. That's why I like those F1s. Because I want to see freaks. I digress. Now, which breeding practices produce the best competition animals? Well, man, shout out to Miss ChatGPT. Man, she know how we think. Across all elite working breed animals, dog, racehorses, bulls, military, canines, the same formula wins. Okay, well, what's that formula? Formula for the best performance dogs. Step 1, build or use 2 heavily inbred stable lines. Okay. Each line should be tightly line bred. Okay. Consistent in traits. All right. Pre-potent. Okay. Now, listen, when she says that, she's giving us the surefire way to achieve it, okay? She's not giving us a box because we understand the basis of the formula that she's telling us. She's not telling us this is the holy grail, but if we want to get closer to achieving that, do it this way. Does that make sense to y'all?
Yeah.
Okay, so even though she's telling us tightly line bred dogs, you might have 1 or 2 tightly line bred dogs that can produce what you tightly line bred for.
Mm-hmm.
What you tightly inbred for. You might have that in your fucking genetic cabinet. And then you might have that freak that's a total outcross like a Mayday that can produce itself too. That's passing on consistently his traits or her traits, and that is pre-potent whether he or she is tightly line bred or outcrossed. Okay, please pay attention in class. Examples in American Pit Bull Terrier terms: tight Jeep lines, tight Red Boy Jocko line, tight Eli Bolio lines, tight Mayday sons or daughters line bred or specific branches, tight Boyle's blood, tight Niggerino blood. The key is that each line is homozygous and predictable. Now, this is why I will put and or. Homozygous is what you want to see technically, but predictable is what I want, which is, are you producing these genes every single time, no matter what bitch I put in you or no matter what male I put to you? That's predictable.
Right.
Whether you was an outcross or a tightly lined or inbred dog, are you producing what I want each and every time, which qualifies you for my breeding stock, whether you line bred and you're doing it or outcrossed? Because we know that both of them can be super producers. We know this. That's why we talk about Mayday. So let's carry on. Step 2, cross the 2 completely separate lines. This produces an F1 working hybrid. Maximum hybrid vigor, maximum performance, strong bone and muscle, durability and wind, faster recovery, high pain tolerance, strong immune system. We heard this before. This is the same method used in Mayday creation, Jeep time Red Boy crosses, Eli time Bolio crosses, modern band dog programs, top military dog programs, racehorse breeding, northern dancer line crosses, livestock hybrid programs. The F1 generation is always the strongest, you guys.
Right.
So, remember when coach tell y'all, always fucking collect your semen?
Yep.
Especially when you do F1s. Any F1 you do, make sure you collect them. Because that's the strongest, most potent fucking blood you have in your fucking high performance, top tier competition DNA cabinet. Your F1s. You're not getting no stronger than your F1s.
Facts.
So when you start losing vigor, guess what you're going to do? You're going to go back to that F1 sauce. Because that's got the strongest level of vigor. That's why I say, if Mayday, right? Not if, but Mayday being who he is in the American Pit Bull Terrier game, if, let's say, Victor, who was the owner of Mayday, campaigner of Mayday, if he knew what we know now, he probably have 500 straws of Mayday right now. He probably have 200 straws still in his lab right now of Mayday, and be producing Maydays right now to this day. Real pre-potent type Maydays. Hey, 50% potent Maydays, 25% potent Maydays. With Mayday in the first 3 generations. Potent. So I always tell y'all, you better be collecting your semen, man. Okay? Especially if you got some F1s. Let's carry on. Step 3. Select the most superior F1 individuals. Okay, this is why you got to keep your dogs now. That's why you got to keep the litter now. How do you know what's superior if you don't test them, see who turns out? And then how do you know if they're superior producer if you don't breed them all?
Right.
There's 2 sides to this coin, y'all. It's deep. Shit ain't easy. It's real work you guys got to put in. Okay? Not every F1 expresses the peak. You pick the top 10 to 20% and move forward. Okay? So that's like what we were saying about the litter. Just because I got that superior outcross don't mean the whole litter is going to show me maximum level of hybrid vigor. She said, pick the top to 20%, top 10 to 20%. She said, pick them. Because not everyone in your litter is going to show that expression of top tier level maximum hybrid vigor. She just told us that. Not guaranteed, y'all. Step 4, light line breeding on the superior F1s. Okay, now she's giving us the formula now. To stabilize the hybrid into a type, you can breed F1 times top parent influence, right? So F1 back to the parent. So that's me taking AK back to his F1 daughter. F1 to cousin from the same cross. F1 the same line inbred dog used in foundation. Okay. Avoid heavy line breeding. It collapses hybrid vigor. I mean, shit. Come on, y'all. Don't let these motherfuckers tell you keep line breeding and get vigor. Stop letting them lie to you. You motherfuckers they ain't really cooking. They don't have competition dogs. They don't have a level that they're fucking rating their dogs on. They don't have that Hall of Fame dog that they say their dogs is, and they're not comparing them to that Hall of Fame dog. Because if they have that Hall of Fame dog and they compare them dogs that's fucking watered down, they're gonna be like, yo, that it don't match. Like Secretariat. It don't match. Let's keep going. The absolute best performance method on earth. Okay, I like how she talking. If you want the strongest competition dogs, the formula is unrelated inbred line A times unrelated inbred line B equals F1. Select light line breeding. Okay. This is how the greatest producers in history came about, including Mayday, Jeep, Alligator, Chinaman, Zebo, and many modern bulldogs. Okay. So where does Mayday fit in this system? Mayday is the F1 hybrid produced by crossing structured but unrelated lines. Red Boy Jocko, high wind, high drive, Bolio Tombstone, gameness, durability, and intelligence, performance selection. He is almost a perfect example of a competition hybrid created by strategic outcrossing, balanced family, performance selection, line crossing, multiple stable gene pools. He is the temple for building a high performance line. Okay. So what she is telling us is that even though he's not a heavily inbred type outcross dog, she's betting his genetic production of maximum hybrid vigor because those lines were known producers of these traits, which is why she's telling us that the strongest level of hybrid vigor is from heavily inbred line bred dogs, because she's assuming that those dogs are producing those traits in the offspring. Does that make sense, y'all?
Yeah.
Yeah,
She's assuming.
definitely on the hop at that. Yeah, for sure.
So because that should get you that level of reproduction in the offspring, which is a heavily compounded AA dog with a BB dog, and it's going to produce that. Mayday is not that dog. However, his lines are pretty potent enough from those 4 different lines that he is actually producing that, or he was produced because of that. And he showed that. And he actually produces a level of that in his many offsprings, Barracuda, Michael Meyer, who, I mean, we can go on and on about some of the dogs he produced that was top tier. So understand what she's telling us. Don't get caught up in the theory alone. Understand that there's variances to this whole play. There's variances to it. There's exceptions to these rules. But based off the foundation, if you want to play it safe, then she's telling you how we can achieve maximum level of hybrid vigor by compounding genetics with heavily inbred, line-bred dogs, no more than 2, maximum 4 generations. 2 to 3 generations inbred, line-bred is good enough. Maximum 4. Don't go past 4. But we're doing that for a reason, because we want those genes to express themselves in the offspring. That's why we do that. And if we have 2 inbred, line-bred, whatever dogs that are expressing those genes within themselves, and they express them in the offspring, we have a higher chance of achieving the max level of hybrid vigor. But every now and then you might get a dog like Mayday, who is none of the above. He's a composite outcross, like she said. But because of the dogs that was in his blood was so fucking pre-potent, he produces those genetic characteristics, which is fucking he's a freak. He's a freak.
Yeah.
He's like AK. He's like AK. So shout out to Mayday. Now she says, best way to use Mayday blood today. If you want high performance dogs from Mayday blood, cross Mayday blood into another strong, stable, inbred line. Example, Mayday times G, Mayday times Red Boy Jocko, Mayday times Eli Niggerino, Mayday times Boleo Buck. This replicates the original genetic magic that made him. Okay. If you want, I can break down. No. We keep it going. Mayday's hybrid vigor was exceptionally strong, among the highest ever produced within the American Pit Bull Terrier breed. He is a textbook example of a high-performance F1 composite with elite level heterosis. Here's the most accurate way to quantify it. Short answer. Mayday had very high hybrid vigor, close to the strongest possible heterosis you can get within a single breed. On a 1 to 10 scale, where 10 equals maximum hybrid vigor, like a total breed outcross, Mayday is 8.5 to 9.
Damn.
Okay. He is not a full crossbreed, which would be a 10. But he is far more genetically diverse than typical American Pit Bull Terrier pedigrees. Okay. This level of hybrid vigor is a major reason why he matured into a huge, powerful bulldog. He was durable and extremely athletic. His wind and stamina were elite. He had tremendous what's that? Recuperation ability.
Yeah.
Okay. He outperformed most dogs of his era. His offspring also displayed strong vigor and consistency. All right. Why Mayday has such hybrid vigor? Mayday was created by combining several genetic distant families. Red Boy, high wind, drive, inherited gameness. Jocko, yellow, intensity, mouth pressure. Bolio, intelligence, finishing ability, stamina, tombstone, durability, rugged structure. These lines are not closely related, meaning high heterozygosity, low coefficient of inbreeding, strong expression of hybrid vigor traits. He was not a tight line bred dog, and that's why he is, or excuse me, that's why his size, metabolic efficiency, oxygen capacity, bone density, muscle mass were all well above breed average. So, did you see what she just break down? What she just broke down? Anything that you want to add to that?
Shit. So he's basically was a superior dog. He had all different traits from the different lines.
Yeah. Yeah.
Still the same breed of dog though.
Right. And still selected for all the same traits.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were all selected for pain tolerance and gameness and strength and all that.
Yeah, they made it straight.
Which they were, so all four lines were pre-potent for that, but then you get like this line might be a little smarter, so he knows how to not get in trouble, not let another dog chew on him. So that makes him a little bit better. And then this other line adds a little more wind, so he can go a little longer.
Right.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of that.
Hey, and she emphasized this. She said he was not a tight line bred dog. So think of it like this. If you was just to follow one side of the spectrum of breeding and say it has to be tight line or inbred, you would not think that it would be who he is, and not only that, who he becoming his production. It produced a lot of champions. That's why I say we have to think outside the box to create the circle, man. This is why, like Brother Chris, if you listening, Brother Chris, this is why when I tell you that I don't want you in the box, when you say, oh, it can't do this, or only you can do this and do that, I don't want you to be like that, because you would never get a dog like Mayday if you was thinking like how you thinking, Brother Chris.
You see what Twiggy said?
What did Twiggy say? Hold on.
I'm going to maintain there's more than one way to do it, and every rule is made to be broken.
Period. There you go. Thank you, K-Man. That's it. That's what I want us to think. All right, so Twiggy says, if your size declines in later generations, can you take two unrelated line-bred dogs lacking for the same reasons to add the hybrid vigor back? Or do you have to go for a dog fully expressing the size? Okay, so hold on. Do you understand what he's saying? I'll elaborate. Do you understand what he's saying, Reddy? Can you answer that? We'll answer it, Twiggy. Don't worry. We're going to answer it. Can you answer that? Ready? I'll read it again. If your size declines in later generations, okay, can you take two unrelated line-bred dogs lacking for the same reasons to add hybrid vigor back? Or do you have to go for a dog fully expressing? Okay, I get it. Do you get what he's saying?
It
Yeah,
sounds like
kind of.
he lost the hybrid vigor once he
Yeah,
started line breeding his generations.
he lost the size back, like further back.
But what he's saying is this is what I'm assuming you're saying. He's saying that if I take two dogs that are not expressing, because right now he's losing the size in his line of dogs, but he's on an outcross to a dog that's lacking the same size, right?
But of the same breed, though.
Right, probably of the same breed, right?
All right.
But they're from different lines.
Lines.
So you're getting hybrid vigor, right? So he's thinking, or he's saying that can you get the size if they're not
Can
expressing
he
it?
can he bring it out of them, basically?
Yeah, can if he bred two different dogs, one of his line is lacking it, might have had it, but this line is not expressing the size, or maybe even lacking it, but it's from a different family. Could you get that size back or that vigor back? Um, I mean, depending on if that size was ever in
It's
the
just
line to
in
begin,
the yeah, it gotta be in the genetics.
right? So if the size was in your previous line of decline, but you took a whole different family that had that size too, I would say it is a possibility to get size back because it's in the genetics.
So pretty much it's like taking two runts to each other, but you know that got the genetic makeup behind it. Pretty much like the
Correct.
race horse. Hold on. When you breeding for that hybrid vigor, you feel me?
No, that's correct. If it's in the line and it's totally not related, both lines have it in the genetic pool, there is a possibility for a level of genetic explosion, which should at least bring you some size back. Now, how extreme or how strong it will be, I don't know.
Yeah.
Because you want something that's expressing that size. What it means by that is even though that dog might be small, but it's producing big dogs.
Right.
You want that to play out in your pairing of the two dogs. The dogs that you're pairing needs to produce what you want. Period. Now, if that dog that is not expressing it or lacking it does not produce it, and you're breeding two dogs, from even though they're from different lines, and you're breeding two dogs from different lines, and you're going to get a level of vigor, but it's not the vigor that you want to see, which is I want that size back, then I wouldn't cook that up.
Yeah. You want to keep running into the same problem.
You just like trying. Let's say it's not enough. Let's say it is bigger, but it's not enough. Like I wouldn't do it that way. If it's not giving it, I wouldn't do it.
Then you would have to go for the dog that's showing the size that you want, or have
Producing
that
the
gene.
How much how much has this been bred into the line? How many generations in decline are we? Is it one or is it four?
I mean, that makes sense too. How far back?
Yeah.
I mean, the best bet for you, Twiggy, is will the dog produce the size that you're breeding to? If I'm lacking size, I'm going to a dog that's going to produce the size, whether it's the size that I like or not. Can I see the fact that it produces size? That's what I'm going to.
He said, let's say 4 generations back.
Okay, this is a hypothetical. Okay, now are we in decline, or are we selecting the smaller dogs because they're more game?
No,
He said,
he said just a question he thought of just to avoid future issues.
and he's in decline. He says size
Yeah.
declines in later generation. That's what he said.
Yeah. I'm gonna say, and I'm not positive on this, but I'm gonna say by the fourth generation you have fixed your genetic trait. Like you're breeding in the direction of smaller dogs, just like they do like a poodle. They try to make it a teacup.
It's just gonna keep going down.
I would think.
Yeah.
I've never driven a line into decline and tried to rebuild it, so I don't know.
Yeah. I would go to be safe. If you know your blood is declining when it comes to size, then you need to go to something totally non-related that can produce the size that you want to see. You have to go in that direction.
He said size declining because too tight of blood from sire and dam, but both of them are unrelated.
Right. So that means you got to go to a sire or dame that produces the size that you want. That produces it though.
All right, so like that's what I was gonna try to say earlier. That's like, let's say you got two standards, right? And you just took two standards to each other, but it produced a runt. So technically it's classified as a classic, but genetically behind it, this classic can produce standards if taken or bred the right way. So
Right.
like that's like taking two classics to each other. You're not always going to get classics. Sometimes you get pockets, sometimes you get classics, and then sometimes the genetics work some way in a better way and you end up getting standards. So that definitely, you feel me, it go, hold on, these puppies is going at it.
Yeah. No, I understand you. I get what you're saying. So go with the producer of what you want. That's what you go to. Okay. Not to what you see, but what that dog can produce. That's what you cook to. If you're declining somewhere. Because then 25% of my litter, I should get a variant of what I'm lacking. Maybe 50%, but at least 25%, you're going to get something out of there that got some size on it. Okay, so comparison to other types of crosses. 10 out of 10, maximum hybrid vigor. Okay. Different breeds entirely. American Pit Bull Terrier times Bulldog, etc. Mayday is not this level, but close. Okay, so we understand what gets maximum. We already learned this, y'all. Different breeds. It's the only way you're going to hit the TJ Maxx. All right. 8 to 9 out of 10 high hybrid vigor Mayday's category, crossing multiple American Pit Bull families that share no close ancestry. So do we understand Mayday's genetic formula?
Yep.
Multiple different types. So that's kind of like us taking, or that's kind of like what AR-15 is. But AR-15 will be considered a 10 out of 10 because he is 4 different breeds. Mayday is 4 different lines of dogs, family of dogs, same breeds. Right? Y'all follow me?
Yep.
Okay. So each of those families is internally consistent but distantly related to each other. So what she's telling us is like what K-Man was talking about is those genetic characteristics from those 4 different families of dogs are, consistent to the point of their level of competition traits, but distantly different in the sense that they're not related to each other, right? So we're compounding similar genetic competition characteristics that are strong, prepotent, but they're not related enough to where I can get maximum vigor out of that. And it's 4 different lines, not just 2. There's 4 different ones. Now, this creates structured hybrid vigor, the most effective kind. 6 to 7 out of 10, moderate hybrid vigor. Typically, American Pit Bull Terrier outcross, Jeep times Red Boy, Eli times Bolio, etc. 3 to 5 out of 10 is mild vigor. 2 unrelated American Pit Bull Terriers, but from similar families. Okay. 1 to 2 out of 10, very low vigor. Line bred times line bred from same family. Okay. Mayday hybrid vigor was so high because of 3 key factors. Unrelated families were combined. No shared ancestors for several generations. Each family was prepotent. That's the key right there, y'all.
Yeah.
Okay. That's why I was telling you, if you were trying to bring back height, you need to make sure you deal with a dog. If you're going to outcross to it, it's prepotent enough that it's going to give you height. It's potent enough to know that those traits are going to come out, which she says, meaning each separate line brought powerful, reliable traits. Does that make sense, y'all?
Yeah.
Okay. Mayday was not just outcrossed. He was a composite, like what K-Man was talking about. He carried Red Boy Jocko, 40 to 50%. Bolio, 25 to 35%. Tombstone, 20 to 30%. And some tent influences. This created a balanced hybrid animal, not a random cross. Okay, so what she is telling us is because Red Boy Jocko's blood was prepotent and you knew what you was going to get, it wasn't random that you added Red Boy Jocko. Bolio, you knew you was going to get from the Bolio lines, it wasn't random. Tombstone, you knew what, you know what I'm saying? So that's what she means by that. You knew that those lines were prepotent. That's why you cooked them all together.
Yeah.
Summary. How strong was Mayday's hybrid vigor? Stronger than almost any typical American Pit Bull Terrier outcross. Close to the maximum heterosis possible within one breed. One reason he produced so well. One reason his size, strength, endurance, and durability was elite. One reason the Mayday line became a foundation-producing family. I would classify Mayday's hybrid vigor as very high elite level. Okay. So now I wanted to bring up Secretariat so that we can understand Secretariat's level of hybrid vigor and everything that encompasses who he was and why he's a superior horse, and there was nothing like him afterwards, even his kids, whatever. Now, Secretariat is the what's that?
Equine.
Okay, thank you. Equine, equivalent of an elite F1 hybrid with extreme hybrid vigor. One of the highest vigor, highest performance animals ever produced in thoroughbred racing. To put it simply, Secretariat equals maximum hybrid vigor, 10 out of 10 for his species. He was not inbred. He was not line bred. He was the product of 2 genetically distant, powerful complementary lines, exactly the formula that produces the most dominant athletes in any species. Now, when me and Brother Chris was talking about Secretariat, okay, I mentioned that Secretariat is a product of a line breeding, even though he was an outcross. Okay. Now, because I did my own studying of thoroughbred racehorsing, I know this to be a fact. But at the same time, maybe not everybody studied like I studied. Not everybody did the work like I did the work. Not everybody do what I do when it comes to the studying and, you know what I mean? Like the studying. So when I say things, I just don't say it just because I just want to say it and it sound good. So being that I want to make sure I clarify everything, we want to break it down because it's layers to this thing, just like we learned about the different layers of hybrid vigor and how there's exception to every rule, like Caveman said. So even when it comes to Secretariat and how they breed and how they consider what is an outcross within thoroughbred horse racing, I want to break that down for you guys so that you can understand why Coach speak the way he speaks and teaches the way he teaches. Because I don't want y'all to be in a box. Because we will never continue the wave to create these secretariats and maydays and AKs and these different dogs if we thinking in a box. So let's break down secretariat for us. Okay. Here we go. Why Secretariat has such extreme hybrid vigor? His pedigree was strongly outcrossed. Secretariat had an extreme low coefficient of inbreeding for a thoroughbred. His sire line and dame line were genetically far apart. Sire, bold ruler, speed, muscularity, raw power. Dame, something royal. Prince Quilio line, stamina, heart, lung capacity. These two lines had minimum overlap, which means very high heterozygosity, maximum expression of hybrid vigor, superior heart, lungs, metabolic efficiency, excuse me, muscularity, muscular. What's that? Ready?
Musculoskeletal.
Skeletal.
Musculoskeletal.
Musculoskeletal. Thank you, sir. Strength. This is identical to a perfect American Pit Bull Terrier hybrid like Mayday, but even more dramatic because the thoroughbred breed has tighter genetics overall. Okay, so listen to what she just said. She says it's different, right, than Mayday because the thoroughbred breed has a tighter genetics overall. Okay, so just, pay attention in class, y'all. Prince Quilio influence, the X factor, massive heart gene. Secretariat inherited the legendary enlarged heart gene from Prince Quilio through the dame line. Secretariat's heart weighed 22 pounds, over 2 times the average racehorse heart, 8.5 pounds. A huge, highly efficient heart, insane oxygen delivery, elite stamina, recovery, runaway performance. This is exactly how extreme hybrid vigor manifests in elite animals. All right, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect complementary traits. Bold ruler lines often lacked stamina. Prince Quilio lines sometimes lacked raw speed. Secretariat got the best of each. Speed from Bold Ruler, stamina from Prince Quilio, bone and size from Something Royale, heart capacity from Prince Quilio, phenotype from Bold Ruler, brilliance. This complementary is what hybrid vigor is all about. All right. Number 4, Secretariat possessed textbook hybrid vigor traits. He displayed everything you expect from an extreme F1 hybrid: fast growth rate, unusual strength and bone density, superior heart and lung capacity, dominant performance ability, fast recovery, immense muscle to bone ratio, extraordinary stride efficiency, very low injury susceptibility. These are the signs of peak heterosis. So what would I consider Secretariat? Secretariat equals A, maximum heterosis outcross athlete. He is the thoroughbred equivalent of the strongest F1 working hybrid possible, okay? On a hybrid vigor scale 1 to 3, description, low vigor, example, inbred horses, okay? 4 to 6 scale, moderate vigor, typical outcross, moderate vigor. 7 to 8 scale, high vigor, strong line crosses. Okay. Keyword, line crosses, y'all. 9 to 10, extreme hybrid vigor. That's Secretariat. Secretariat sits firmly at a 10 level. That's the highest level of hybrid vigor in a thoroughbred racehorses. That's Secretariat. Comparing Secretariat to Mayday. Type of outcross: Mayday, multi-line American Pit Bull composite. Secretariat, multi-line thoroughbred composite. Heterozygosity: Mayday, very high. Secretariat, extremely high. Performance: elite bulldog, greatest racehorse ever. Secretariat. Traits from Vigor: durability, wind, and drive. Secretariat: heart, size, stride, stamina, power. Vigor level 9 out of 10. Mayday. Secretariat 10 out of 10. Secretariat is essentially the racehorse version of a perfect hybrid athlete, more extreme than almost any dog example due to breed bottleneck differences. Okay, final answer. Secretariat was a maximum heterosis, extremely high hybrid vigor F1 type outcross, and one of the greatest examples of hybrid vigor expressed in any animal species. All right. She says, below is the deep, complete breakdown of Secretariat's hybrid vigor. How is pedigree scientifically created one of the greatest athletes in history, and why he performed far above both the breed average and his ancestors? This is a genetic explanation breeders rarely get to see. Section 1. Why Secretariat have maximum hybrid vigor? Secretariat is the textbook definition of an elite F1 hybrid created through thoroughbred outcrossing. He was not inbred. He was not linebred. His COI, coefficient of inbreeding, was extremely low for a thoroughbred. Sire line, bold ruler. We already read that. Dame, we already know who she is. Okay, this is very little pedigree overlap between these families. This means Secretariat inherited very high heterozygosity, very low homozygosity, maximum gene expression potential, explosive hybrid vigor. This is the highest performance genetic state in an athlete can be born in. Just like a heavily inbred Eli dog times a heavily inbred Red Boy dog equals maximum vigor in the F1. But Secretariat's example is even stronger. Section 2, Secretariat's pedigree genetics, line by line. Okay. Bold ruler, sire, the speed, power line. Bold ruler contributed raw sprinting speed, extreme muscularity, fast twitch, fiber dominance, explosiveness, competitive intensity, size, frame. Bold rulers, horses equals speed monsters, but they typically lack stamina beyond 9 to 10 furlongs. Something royal. That's the dame. The stamina efficiency line. Her sire, Prince Quilio, is known for massive heart gene, incredible aerobic capacity, superior stride length, calm intelligence, long distance stamina, soundness. Prequilio horses were not super fast early, but they were machines late. Results of combining these two extremes: Secretariat inherited bold ruler speed, Prince Quilio's massive heart and stamina, something royal's bone density and structure, a rare mix of fast and slow twitch balance, a stride efficiency unmatched in the breed. This combination is hybrid vigor at its absolute peak. Secretariat's physical traits, hybrid vigor traits. Below are the traits that come specifically from heterosis. Enormous heart, X factor. Secretariat's heart weighed 22 pounds. Average horse heart, 8.5 pounds. Triple the size, triple the blood output, insane oxygen delivery. This is the most powerful hybrid vigor trait ever recorded in a racehorse.
Yeah.
2, ideal. What's that, ready?
Musculoskeletal.
There you go. Musculoskeletal balance.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ready? Secretariat had perfect shoulder angle, long forearms, extremely long hip and pelvis, massive Gaskin muscle, large cannon bones, a deep girth, huge lungs. This gave him unmatched stride efficiency, minimal energy waste, superior shock absorption. He moved like a machine because he was a machine. Number 3, superior metabolic efficiency. Hybrid vigor improves lactic acid clearance, oxygen utilization, ATP production, recovery rate. Secretariat recovered faster than any horse of his era. Stride length, one of the longest ever measured. Secretariat stride was 25% plus, or 25 inches plus, or 20, was that 25? Yeah, 25 inches plus. This is absorbed. It let him
Absurd.
Thank you. It let him cover ground faster with less effort. Hybrid vigor directly influences stride efficiency. Number 5, durability and soundness. Secretariat never had structural injuries despite enormous size and power. Okay, so we didn't need to go into the pedigree or whatever. So okay, here we go. This is a great one right here. Why Secretariat didn't reproduce himself? Okay, there's some people that believe that Secretariat reproduced himself, but they didn't do the work like the coach did. But shout out to ChatGPT. She's gonna tell us why. Hybrid vigor is not stable. F1 hybrids like Secretariat lose heterosis when bred forward, which we learned tonight, right?
Yep.
Okay, great. When Secretariat times random mirrors equal offspring get half of his heterosis. Nothing guarantees inheritance of heart size. Nothing guarantees inheritance of stride efficiencies. Secretariat was phenotypically extreme, but genetically highly heterosis. Genetically variable, not prepotent like an inbred sire. Okay, so Secretariat was not like Mayday. Secretariat was not like AK, okay, which is prepotent. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right, let's keep going. This is why elite F1 athletes like Mayday often do not reproduce themselves perfectly unless bred strategically back into stable lines. Now, and that's why she said like Mayday, because he does produce himself. Section 6, how you would recreate a Secretariat type athlete. Oh, I like this one. Follow the exact formula. Step 1, take 2 separate tightly line bred but unrelated thoroughbred families. Okay, well, see, there it is right here. Tightly line bred. All right. 1 speed family, 1 stamina heart family. Step 2, cross them. This recreates maximum heterosis. Step 3, select the most extreme F1 individuals. Only 1 to 2% will have Secretariat's level of balance. Now, you see how small that percentage is?
Yep.
Yep. Make sure you use the speed as the mare. Right? That's what they did, right?
Oh, I have to go back and see where the speed came from. Hold on.
I'm going to guess.
Hold on. Let me see.
It's the basic principle of breeding. Power over speed.
Okay, so something royal, stamina, efficiency, bowl rulers. That's not what they did.
Stamina was the stud.
No, stamina was the name. Was the stud.
The speed was from the stud.
Yeah, the sire.
Yeah, see, I would do it just the opposite.
But again, like you said, K-Man, there ain't no one way to skin a cat. You do it both ways and get different results.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's why I always tell y'all try it all. I tell y'all all the time. We don't think in the box. We try it all. Like you said, you might have did it one way, K-Man. I might have did it another way. Now it's like, okay, well, shit, I'm going to try your way, K-Man. I might get the same results as you. But I'm not going to say, no. I mean, I'm not saying that's what you would say, but I'm not going to say, no, K-Man, that's not the right way. You can only work this way. I'll never tell you that. Because as we study, we see people have done it different ways and gotten similar results as us. So, all right, so let's see where we at here. Okay, so final summary. Okay, hold on. So, okay, step 3. Select the most extreme F1 individuals. Only 1 to 2% will have Secretariat's level of balance, okay? This exact model is used for military dog programs, elite band dog programs, performance bulldog breeding programs, livestock and cattle breeding, Olympic level sport horses, same genetic, different species. I love it. Final summaries. Okay, what was Secretariat genetically? A maximum heterosis extreme F1 outcross. Perfect fusion of speed line times stamina line. Massive hybrid vigor expression. One of the greatest hybrid animals ever recorded. A once in a 100 years results of structured outcross breeding. He is the perfect example of how far hybrid vigor can push athletic potential when the pedigree is built correctly. All right. So I asked her, because I know that all thoroughbred racehorses are related. It's a level of line breeding. So because I know this, I studied it, I asked her to, fact check it. And Brother Chris, this is what I was telling you about Secretariat. Even though he's an outcross, you got to understand the mathematics of how what they consider outcross when it comes to thoroughbred racehorses, which, if all of you have watched my class, I broke all this shit down. Reddy remembers this shit. I broke all this shit down. So that's one thing y'all need to understand about the coach, man. Okay? If we got a topic, I might be foggy in it. We gonna do what we doing tonight with it. So that I can be clear, we can all be clear, and we can leave the huddle like we got it. That's what the coach do. I'm not downplaying you guys, but at the same time, I'm not over here freestyling shit either. If I speak it, it's either because I did it or I studied it, or both. So let's see if Secretariat is a product of line breeding. Okay. Now I asked her. I asked her if line breeding Secretariat. She said, "This is a great question, and you are thinking at the correct genetic level. Let's clear it up precisely because the terminology causes confusion even among professional breeders." Okay, great. She goes, "Yes, all thoroughbreds are related." Okay. The breed was founded by only 3 stallions: the Darley Arabian, the Godolphin Arabian, and the Burley Turk. Ilery Turk. Okay. And about 35 foundation mares. Now, ready? Because I know you was in that classroom. Didn't we learn this?
Yep.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure that you guys understand that we've already taught this. I did like a damn near 4 or 5 hour class on this shit already. Okay? So when I speak about this shit, it's not just because, oh man, I guess coach wanted this act like he knows everything. No, motherfucker, I really studied this motherfucking shit. I do this shit. I take my time on Thursday nights to teach. Okay? So now I'm about to show you. Here we go. Because of this small genetic base, she capitalized it. Every thoroughbred is line bred. Do you see that, Reddy?
Yep.
Chat. Do you see that she said every thoroughbred is line bred? So even Secretariat, who is an outcross, which she's going to break down for us, she's going to show us, is line bred. Okay, carry on, coach. At least on a long-term breed-wide scale, okay? So you are 100% correct that all racehorses are related. All racehorses carry some degree of line breeding. No thoroughbred is a true outcross in the way a mixed breed animal is. Does that make sense, y'all?
Yeah.
And this is because they control the gene pool. This is how they controlled it. The breed was founded by only 3 stallions. And then they used 35 foundation mares so they can have genetic diversity. This is how they did it. Now, over time, in hundreds of years, that shit get tighter, and they start getting inbreeding depression. We learned that. In the classroom, we learned that they were getting that. We learned that. They said it. But let's carry on. But here's the important distinction. There are different scales of line breeding and outcrossing. Breed-wide line breeding. Macro line breeding. Okay. All thoroughbreds are line bred when you zoom out 8 to 20 generations.
Damn.
Okay. Now, they all descend from the same ancestors. So yes, it's line breeding. This is not what breeders mean by line bred. Okay, here we go. Number 2, pedigree level line breeding, micro line breeding. This is what matters for hybrid vigor and performance. A horse is considered line bred only if the same ancestors repeat within the first 5 generations. Now, didn't we learn this in the classroom? Ready?
Yep. Yeah.
Please, y'all. That's why I tell y'all, pay attention to class. You know, and Brother Chris, I love you. Sometimes I think you be trying to challenge me, Brother Chris, and I respect you. I allow you to do it. But when I tell you go back to the class and you don't do it, I gotta do this type of stuff to show you that we did something.
I think he was in that class too.
Well, I don't know if he was paying attention or not. Because if you were paying attention, then you wouldn't be trying to challenge me in the chat, which at the end of the day you can challenge me. But when I tell you to go back to the classroom and then I'm going back and repeat things that I already taught, this is where I'm like, okay, are you doing it on purpose or not? And I hope that's not what you're doing for the trip. At the end of the day, I got a lot of respect for you, so please don't take this the wrong way. I am the coach. I am the coach. So if I'm showing you something that I've already told you about, but you might have forgotten, then accept it for what it is. But just know that I don't sit up here, y'all, on Thursday night just to be over here pat my fucking chest. This is not a dick measuring contest by me over here reading all this shit to you guys, putting this type of curriculum together for us to learn as a whole. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not doing this just because I want to, coach, I don't do this because I'm giving back. I'm bringing something different to the table. So I don't want to act like I'm Mr. Know-it-all. But if I know something, I'm supposed to believe I know something. And if I don't know it, then I'm going to go ahead. We're going to learn it together. And, we're going to move on. But let me finish, okay? I just, you get what I'm talking about, Ready? Chat, y'all know what I'm talking about. Brother Chris, I hope you respect what I'm saying too. But, sometimes I feel like you be saying shit just to be challenging me sometimes. I'm like, no, are you challenging me? Did you miss the class? Because like you said, how could he miss this shit? This shit is what we learned. But I digress. Here we go. A horse is considered line bred only if the same ancestors repeat within the first 5 generations. There's a reason for chat. There's a reason for this now. Examples: 2 to the 3rd generations, 3 to the 3rd generation. So that's in the 3rd. If they're saying if they're duplicating in the 3rd, they're duplicating in the 2nd. If they're duplicating in the 4th, if they're duplicating in the 4th, right? They're saying that if there's ancestors related, then that's line breeding when it comes to thoroughbred horse racing, because they're all related anyway.
Yeah.
This is why their formula is this. And then when it's not related past the 5, then they call it a fucking outcross. Because they're still related even past the 5th in thoroughbred racing. Okay? This is their definition of an outcross. If they're not related past the 5th. In dogs, if they're related past the 5th, it's line bred. That's a great grandfather or a great uncle. That's line bred. They're related, but not in racehorses. Not in racehorses. Carry on. This type of line breeding increases homozygosity, predictability, consistency, but reduces hybrid vigor. All right. Number 3, pedigree level outcrossing. What Secretariat actually was. Okay. Secretariat pedigree did not repeat the same ancestors in the first 5 generations. So he went even back. Not 4, but he wasn't repeated even in the 5th. So what that means in thoroughbred racehorse, that means low COI, coefficient of inbreeding, high heterozygosity, strong hybrid vigor. Even though he belonged to a line breed overall, his individual pedigree was an outcross. So, because he wasn't showing any relation 5 generations in, they consider that an outcross in thoroughbred horses. If there was relation in the 6th generation, they would still call that a Mayday line in today's dogs, would they not?
Yep.
Oh, that's a Mayday line. No, Mayday is 5 generations in. Maydays is fucking 10 generations in, all the way back to the 20th generation. He's 10 times Mayday. That's what they would call a fucking line bred Mayday dog today. But not in thoroughbred horse racing, they don't call it that because they know that all their horses are related. They know this, but they have to find a level of heterozygosity. They got to find a level. So how they get it is, as long as they're not related, 4 to 5 generations back, that's hybrid vigor in their gene pool. But in reality, they're still related. Okay. Now, it says this is exactly the same way Mayday, Chinaman, Jeep, Alligator are outcrosses, even though all American Pit Bull Terriers, all American Pit Bull Terriers trace back to the same origins. Now, when she says this is not true. And the reason why this is not true, because we know, as we learned, those dogs that came over from seas, they were not related.
Nope.
So we know that this is not true, even though she's thinking in the right. She's thinking the right way. But we know that thoroughbred horses, their stud books is not the American Pit Bull Terrier stud books. The royal, the kings of England, the kings of wherever that created this thoroughbred line, they weren't immigrants coming over from a boat. You know what I'm saying? It was controlled stud books.
What do you know about?
Go ahead, K-Man. Go ahead.
What do you know about the mares that were used?
They used specific mares. What we learned in the classroom, they knew the exact mares that they used. There was no scat. You know what I'm saying? They documented the mares.
Well, yeah, but I was just wondering how closely related the mares were.
They said they were all like scatterbred type horses, mixed bred horses. They called them like 4 horses or something like that. They're like scatterbred horses. The females, the mares. But the point I'm making, that was a documented family of the foundation was documented. There was nothing outside. For example, if I was the foundation that built the thoroughbred, you over there in your country, you wouldn't even know I was making that shit. I'm the originator of the shit. You didn't catch on until the thoroughbred was fucking produced. By that time, I control it. That's how the thoroughbreds was made. It wasn't like you in your country thought of it, and then me and my fucking province thought of the same shit, and we got our own line of thoroughbreds because we racing. And it wasn't that way how the thoroughbreds was made, like the American Pit Bull Terrier was made. Right? American Pit Bull Terrier was made bull and terrier from all different types of Europe and Scotland and all kind of shit. And the immigrant brought they shit over, bred they shit any old kind of way, and then they kind of blended together. And then, of course, when they got to the game dogs, they started adding all these different dogs to make their dogs top tier performers. And it superseded the original sauce. Because now you adding whatever you want to add to that gene pool, which is not a controlled bloodline like it is with thoroughbred racehorses. They can trace every horse back to the original. They can't do that with American Pit Bull Terriers. So just want you to understand that ChatGPT, she's assuming that these all go back to 1 or 2 dogs. That's a fucking lie. We know that shit is a lie. We already found out the origin of the American Pit Bull Terrier.
Yeah.
So we know it don't come. It's not 2, 1 bulldog and 1 terrier, and then they just kept hell no. Or it was a control one, where they got like how they did with the racehorses, 3 different terriers and 35 different bulldogs with different families, and they monitored it and built it. No, that's not how the American Pit Bull Terrier was made. Let's keep going. So, was Secretariat a line-bred horse? Breed-wide, over many generations, yes. All thoroughbreds are. Pedigree level in the first 5 generations where it actually affects heterosis. No, he was not line-bred in the meaningful genetic sense. He had incredible low duplication of his ancestors. This is why he had huge heart, blah, 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 blah. These are hybrid vigor traits. True. So was Secretariat an outcross? Yes. In every genetic way that matters for performance. Secretariat was a near perfect outcross between 2 pedigree unrelated families, bold ruler line, speed, early maturity, Presquilio line, stamina, bone, and heart. This produced maximum heterosis available within thoroughbred breed, which is why he became the most dominant racehorse in history. Salute. Final answer. Most accurate genetic explanation. Secretariat was a breed-wide line-bred thoroughbred, and at the same time, a pedigree level outcross with extremely low inbreeding, which produced maximum hybrid vigor for his species. This is not contradictory. Both are true on different genetic scales, which I understand, which I taught in our master class. Okay. This is why he was a super hybrid, not a typical racehorse. Okay, so let me collapse the screen. So do we get that, y'all?
Yep, he was a freak.
Period. And with racehorses, because they have a formula that they've predicted, their hybrid vigor or their outcrosses, as long as they're not related within the first 4 generations, that's considered a pure outcross. And then they have moderate outcrosses if they're not related in the 3rd generations. See, just like we broke down, they got that in thoroughbred, which we've taught in the class already. Go back and watch that master class that I did on how thoroughbred racehorses compare to competition, high performance, working dog breeding. Watch that class again. Watch that class again if you guys forgot. But we already taught this. So, I mean, damn, did we beat this one up, y'all? I mean, shit. I mean, god damn it, man. Did we kill this one? I don't know.
Hell yeah.
I don't know. I think we were very thorough. I think we understood what Caveman was trying to say. I think we understood what I was trying to say. I think we understood what Chris was trying to say. I think we understood what you were breaking down. Ready chat. Y'all was breaking down when it comes to hybrid vigor and the levels. I think we all understand what we all meant and how it all plays. It all plays, you guys.
It all plays.
Coach has always said to y'all, everything plays. We ain't throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Okay. K-Man, you're not wrong. Ready, you're not wrong. Chris, you're not wrong. Chat, you guys are not wrong. But we got to come to a collective understanding. That's all we need to do. And because we are so open-minded to the understanding, we get it. You know what I'm saying? There's more than one way to skin a cat. There's different variations to the hybrid vigor. There's different levels to the hybrid vigor. There's more ways to cook up your vigor. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we understand this. However, there ain't nobody teaching it like we teaching it. So I hope that all of you who might listen to this later on, you guys are paying attention. You might go hit the replay. You might read what I read and get it. Maybe you won't. Maybe it'll go over your head. Maybe you don't believe it because you don't cook. It is what it is, but you can't say that we ain't taught it. Took the time to teach it. You can't say that we didn't do that. So please don't be closed-minded, you guys. And brother Chris, I still love you, man. Don't, man. Like I said, I'm the coach, man. Come on, man. The coach gonna talk to you the way coach talked to you, man. I was very respectful with talking to you, but man, you know, it's like, come on, man. I'm the coach, man. You better put some respect on me, Chris. Come on, Chris. I ain't no rookie at this shit, Chris. I really do this shit. That's why I tell you, like, I really do this shit, Chris. I ain't over here talking just because it sound good. I really study, Chris. I ain't over here just, hey, let me just freestyle tonight. No, I really study this shit, Chris. I got a dog on my yard that is not a heavily inbred dog. That's fucking maximum hybrid vigor. His name is AK-47 Chopper, and he reproduces himself. How can I explain that? How can you tell me, brother Chris, that a heavily inbred dog to another heavily inbred dog is going to produce only maximum hybrid vigor is only that way? How are you going to tell me that when I own a dog that's not produced that way? How are you going to tell Victor that when his dog ain't produced that way and he going Mayday? You see what I'm talking about?
I can actually show you on paper how that happens.
Go ahead, K-Man. Do that.
Yeah, I'll have to next week do the dry erase board.
Hey, K-Man, do it on your page, man, so that I can put it up here and we can talk about it.
Yeah, well, I mean, we could have done it tonight, but we can't now. But I mean, I could do it live.
Okay, cool. Let's work that out tomorrow. Then instead of my class, I was gonna do if we do a that tomorrow, we're gonna put it together. Oh, not tomorrow, but on next Thursday. Excuse me. You want to put it together?
Yeah.
But just let me know when you got it or whatever.
Simplified version is AK's parents were hybrids that both carried a copy of what he is, and he got a copy of that from each of his parents. Like the AABB, his parents were like AB and BA,
Right.
and he had 2 copies of B. He got one from mom, one from dad.
Ah, well, that makes sense because his brothers and sisters never got that shit.
Right. Yeah, because they're AA and AB and BA.
Yeah, there's like it's not
Yeah. He ended up by chance with 2 Bs, so therefore that's all he can throw. It's the same with like a red nose. That's why I say that's the easiest thing to breed for. You can do it in 2 breedings, and then every other breeding after that, you'll have nothing but red nosed dogs.
Mm. No, you don't have to put that together, man. Whenever you put it together, man, we'll have a class on it. Love for you to break that down so we can see it. That'll be dope.
Word.
Yeah, that'll be dope. So go ahead, K man. You gonna say something?
Yeah, those terms I told you will explain a lot to you, and yeah, it'll make so much sense. Like everything will just, when you see that, everything will just fall into place. Like, oh yeah, I get it. And that's why, you know, even like the AABB thing, you
Yes.
got to do that 19,000 times. You can't just make one Punnett square. That one Punnett square is only for one gene. That's not for the. So, and with crossover, like you don't get all of your, like, let's say you get your X chromosome from your mom, which came from her dad. Well, you don't get all his genes because of crossover. That X chromosome has crossed over with other chromosomes, you know, 3 or 4 times before it got to that pup, and it has traded genes. It's no longer complete. It's no longer what it was originally. That's why shit can't reproduce itself.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Now watch this. Coefficient of inbreeding, right? Like for people who do show dogs like bullies, or for example, and they only looking for looks. And then, you get the dog that looks similar build wise, structure wise to the father or the mother that you wanted to breed for. So you got that, right? But because you only focus on that thing, that structure, that look, everything else can go by the wayside, and you can be okay with that because your dog is only used for its looks. Well, for me, as a breeder, because I breed performance dogs at high level, if that dog is lacking in vigor when it comes to its, functionality and its performance, that dog is a piece of shit to me.
Yeah.
But to somebody who just want that dog to look a certain way, that dog is fucking hybrid vigor. Because it produced itself, or it produced better than itself. Let's say it got a bigger head than its daddy or whatever, right? I got a hybrid vigor because, I did an outcross in them, but then everything else is not what it is, right? Okay. That to me is a piece of shit. To me. Because I needed to check the majority of my boxes. It needs to be inside and out, frames, brains, and motors. So for us, you need to understand the level that you playing when it comes to what you classify as experiencing and getting hybrid vigor out of your lines. Because like I said, some people's standards is low as fuck when it comes to their dogs.
Yeah.
It really is. And I give that example to you guys just off of me learning by experience when I get Big Bertha and I get Tigress, and Big Bertha visually is more of a superior dog to me. Me being a rookie at everything, the big picture, right? Me having different breeds from different breeders, and, me visually getting what I want and expecting the visual to match the internals, right? The phenotype to match the genotype, right? Just expecting it. And then finding out that it doesn't, right? Doesn't match. But because I wanted performance over visual, because that's who I am first, that's the whole premise of my program is high performance. Even though that dog looks so superior to me, I would rather it be, mediocre in looks, but higher in performance. Like Tigress. Now, Tigress is still a good looking dog, but not like, to me, if I compared her to her sister, I'm picking Big Bertha all day. Same daddy though, different mamas. Both were outcrosses. But my level of vigor to you, you might say Big Bertha was the better dog because of the way she looked, whether she died or not. Because she got the muscle. She probably damn near had more muscle than her daddy. She had a lot of things that was visually stunning. But performance-wise, she had the drive, but like I said, couldn't breathe. So what's the use of me having a performance dog? Or let's say, for example, I got cars. I go to the racetrack, that shit looking fast as a motherfucker. Like, it's looking fast. Everybody's at my damn fucking booth. They in the paddock. All the photographers taking pictures. The hype is there. They see me warm up and shit. They're like, oh my God. Oh, all the hype is there. Then we get on the track and I race them. My shit blow up. You think they're gonna give up? You think they coming to the paddock to fucking cheer me on? No, they're like, damn, like, damn, dog.
They coming to clown.
So for me, right, as a breeder, and what I expect when it comes to hybrid vigor is my standard is way too high. Bertha now is a piece of shit. I don't give a fuck how great she looked. That's how you guys see it. Now, if I just took her to the show, never let her do what she loved to do, she might have lived a little bit longer if I had her in the house, wasn't working her. She was just in the house. But that's not why I bought the bitch. That's not what she was bred to be as a bulldog. Maybe the breeders bred that, but maybe they didn't care about performance. Maybe they didn't care that, you know, the breathing needed to be fixed. They just compounded on the muscle gene, compounding on the head size. Whatever they was breeding for, that's all they cared about.
Yeah.
But one thing that I love about the game dogs is that looks didn't matter. It was all performance.
Yeah. Function.
That's it. Which is the hardest thing to breed for, by the way. Keep that in mind, y'all. Functionality and performance is way harder to breed for than color and fucking structure and looks. Way harder. So please, okay, please don't mix how we do things with how everybody else do things. Please don't take their level. Like when you listen to show dog guys talk about hybrid vigor, is not the same as us. Their breeding tactics is not the same as ours. Right? They're breeding different breeds in their shit to make their dog look a certain type of way. We breeding different breeds in our shit to make them perform a certain type of way. There's a difference. So we're going to stay in our lane. They stay in their lane. We'll respect what they do. Hopefully they respect what we do. But what we do, they can't do. They can't do what we do. It's too hard. It's too hard. But I digress. Anything else you guys want to add before we close out?
Fuck this shit up.
I'm good.
Yeah, this was a great talk.
Yeah.
A lot of knowledge, a lot of eyes opening.
Yeah, that's why we do it.
Yeah. Sliding in the home plate on the battery as usual. I'm rocking at 5%.
Hey,
You see what your boy Matt said, right?
what do you say?
Man, if you in here late night, you hold your dog or dogs to a crazy high standard. Facts.
That was a crazy statement.
Yeah.
Must be one where he's at too, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. If you hear period every Thursday, if you really holding your program and your dogs to the highest standard, that's why we the high performance, right? High performance dogs. That's why we're at the highest level, not just performance. It's not just working. We're at the highest level. So yeah, this is the highest. We are pushing the limits. Nothing is impossible. Even though, you know, it could be, but we're not thinking that because that's why we keep making better dogs. So we're not, we can't do that. K-Man, you can't do that. Yeah, right. Wishful thinking, K-Man. Coach, stop fucking wishing. You're wishing upon a star, Coach. Yeah, no, that's not how we think. Hey, Inquisitive Dejin. Hey, Inquisitive Dejin, you're going to love, okay, my next classroom, man. You're going to love it. Watch Inquisitive Dejin. You don't even know. You don't even have a clue yet, but you will when I do it. You will when I do it. I was like, damn, my brother Inquisitive Dejin is in the chat. He over there, you know what I mean? He over there giving quality questions and shit. Looks familiar. You know what I mean? That's the same stuff he be doing in our chat, in our classroom, man. Having great questions and great dialogue. So, yeah, you're going to love this one, man. The next classroom I want to do. Yeah, it's going to be dope. You know what I mean? But man, I appreciate you guys, man. Paying attention in class. We did a 4-hour class. You know, and like I said, Chris, I still love you, my brother. Chris, you already know that shit, man. I'm just the coach, man. Come on, man. You're dealing with the coach, a real one too, man. You know what I mean? The boy know what he doing and know what he talking about. I really do. And I got the dogs to prove it. So I'm just grateful that we have thinkers like you, Chris, like you, Reddy, like you guys chat, like you, Caveman. Now, we can talk, we can talk this dog talk, man. So I digress. But yeah, man, I guess we out, man. Yes. TEST, my brother, salute to you. Great question. Hopefully, I'll see you again. The show enough, my brother. Big salute. Wolf, big salute. Dylan, big salute. What's that? Some puppies over there? Hey, man.
So you don't have cameras up.
Hold on, let me put you out there. Hold on, man.
That sound like new puppies, man.
Yep, a couple weeks old. Great Dane.
Oh, Great Dane puppy.
Damn.
Yeah, those are fresh out the box, man. Out the womb. Weeks. Nice. If y'all want Great Dane puppies, y'all better holler at Caveman.
Yeah, I've only got 2 males available.
And black. What do you say? Black and what else?
Black. I'm gonna keep the fawn.
How many you got in that litter?
Just 3. First time mother. She had 9 pups, and she let 6 of them crawl to the outside and basically freeze. Pups can't generate their own heat when they're newborn.
Right.
Yeah. Yep. Oh man.
Yeah, she's a goofy bitch. She actually, she's a first timer.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah.
And she is a massive breed. They ain't the brightest tools in the shed.
Yeah, they look good.
Yeah, they nice and big too.
Yeah, well, especially only being 3 of them.
Yeah, they sucked up.
Yeah, they got a
More
lot
milk.
of food.
Getting a lot more milk. Yeah.
Lots of high quality, high fat, high protein foods.
No, that shit. Hey, you know what, Caveman? I was really hoping that you kept some of your damn bull herders, man. You was the first one out to use yours, man. I was hoping that you kept those shit, man.
Yeah, ain't that big a deal. You guys would have snatched them up.
Man, Caveman, I'm sitting on recipes, man.
I know, that's what the bull herders are a dime a dozen.
I don't think so, Caveman. You tell yourself so, my brother.
Now that I got this angle, I'm thinking about getting right out of all these little dogs.
You get ready to get out of what?
All these, like, large and medium-sized dogs. I call them little dogs because my angle.
Oh, okay. So you go only large breed dogs, Great Dane and Kango.
And dog. Shit.
This fucking Kango, I can't get him to hold still long enough, but he's like 36 inches at the withers.
Damn.
Yeah, he's taller than your Great Dane.
Yeah, he's like a perfect square. He's like 36 inches long without his head and 36 inches tall. So his body is like a square, and then his head's another foot.
That's like a fucking lion, man.
Oh, he's huge.
Man, that joke is real.
He's put on so much weight since I got him.
Yeah, you got to do that picture where he's standing up on your shoulders and shit. Then put that on Instagram.
Yeah.
You know what I
Yep.
mean? He damn near taller than you. I don't know how tall you came in.
Oh, 5'11".
Yeah, shit. Was he looking you dead in your eyes?
I don't let him jump up on me. I don't want him to think that that's tolerable, especially with a breed like him.
Yeah,
You got to watch these fuckers. They'll try to punk your ass out and take over.
I agree.
So yeah, you don't. They're kind of like a bull. You don't give them any leeway because they're gonna test you one day. It's like kind of like a Malamute. They're the same way. They're gonna test you. They're gonna find out is this motherfucker bluffing or what. I
Yep.
think I can like him.
Yeah. Yeah. My mama, she like when she gets excited, she can jump up on me. I have to check her ass like, bitch, nah. When you excited and stuff, you can't jump up on me. Sorry.
My Mal's got that look about him. Yep, you can catch him licking his lips.
You thinking you fool, Kate?
No, you know, when a dog licks its lips, it's because it's anxious.
Oh, okay.
It's nervous or it's thinking about busting a move or something. It's anxiety. That's why they lick their lips.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean that's what them kind of dogs you're after. That's what you got to have. Hard
When
motherfuckers that don't respect people.
they licking their lips at you like they want to eat you.
Yeah, yeah. I'm telling you, you got to have a dog that. I mean, any dog with manners is not going to work. He ain't hard. He ain't got it. He ain't hard enough. If he respects people, he ain't gonna cut it.
So there's no balance.
Well, there is a balance because you have to be able to break him. And
Okay.
yeah, you don't want a dog that you can't break. But
But the initial real hard, real primitive.
yeah, and after you break him, you want to then you teach him that everyone else is afraid of him.
Okay. Okay.
But yeah, you want a dog that fights you. In fact, the first shoot son book that I read years ago, it basically said if you got your dogs tied up out back, your prospects, and you go out there to test your year-old pup, and you ain't got to, if you don't get bit or got to whoop that motherfucker's ass, probably find another one.
Damn.
You go forcing your will on the dog shouldn't just willingly accept it.
Right.
Unless you've been doing that since it was a puppy. Yeah, you want pricks for these high level. If you want your dog to fight with me, you know what I mean? You don't want a dog that's got any give in him.
Yeah, you want him to take regardless.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand. Hey, according to Miss ChatGPT, our formula should extreme levels of murder, girl.
Yep.
So I'm definitely excited about that. And I am like I'm keeping all my F1s to myself, so I'm gonna be selective on who put my F1s because I'm gonna use all of them. Ain't nobody getting no F1s in the family. Ain't on the squad. Because like I said, that's hybrid vigor, and we don't know which one's going to have a hybrid vigor, and we don't know which one's going to produce.
Right.
So they all got to be in the family.
Got to be close. Yeah.
They can't go to no fucking, novice and shit. You know what I'm saying? Got to be. Plus, they ain't gonna be priced for that. So at the end of the day, the novice ain't even gonna have the pockets for it anyway. You know what I'm saying? It sound good. Everybody talk like, oh yeah, okay, oh yeah, I'll be ready. Sounds good. Sounds good. But knowing what we know about the tippity tip top of hybrid vigor when it comes to anything competition, I want that extreme vigor on my squad. I need that extreme vigor. I want freaks. And if I get a high to moderate level, okay, I'm cool. I'm cool with that high to moderate level. I'm all right with that, but I need freaks, man. I want more AKs. And according to what we learned tonight, I know how to get it. And hopefully all of you know how to get it too. But yeah, man, we done, man. We done beat this one up, man. Great class. Like all of them, man. K, man, I appreciate you being available. I know you got a lot going on, man, but thank you for being consistent and showing up to the classroom. Thank you for understanding, K, man, that wasn't belittling you or nothing like that shit. You know what I'm saying? But I know you do already, but I just want to thank you as a man. You know what I'm saying? Know that I'm not discrediting your expertise.
Yep, no worries.
You know what I mean? Yeah, I appreciate you. You already know, man. Your expertise, your knowledge, everything you bring to the table, and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I got love and respect for my brother. So much love and respect. Ready?
Much love. Much love.
Oh, man. And third day, I appreciate you coming up. You know what I'm saying? Young dog in the game,
Much love for the teaching.
Yeah. No, we've been watching you dogs, training and stuff like that. Keep doing you. Asking questions like you do. That's what we're here for. You know what I'm saying? Ask the question. Ask away. Ain't no question, no question. You know what I'm saying? So ask away. That's what we're here for. We're here for you. We're here for each other. And we're here to just excel and make these dogs better, man. Just keep raising the bar higher and higher and higher and higher.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Salute to the chat and all you guys showing up every week. Thank you guys for showing up. All you guys watching the rewind, man. Make sure you guys take your notes. Take your notes. And big salute, brother Chris. I know you're gonna watch this later on, man. Big salute, brother Chris. Appreciate your feedback as well. But man, we out of here.
Word. Salute to the chat, man.
Peace out.
Salute. We out. Peace.
Salute. Peace.